Ruskin said, great nations write their autobiographies in 3 manuscripts: the book of their deeds, the book of their words, and the book of their art. Not one of these books can be understood unless we read the 2 others, but of the 3, the only trustworthy one is the last. On the whole, I think this is true. Looking at those great works of Western man, and remembering all that he's achieved in philosophy, poetry, science, lawmaking, it does seem hard to believe that European civilization can ever vanish. And yet, you know, it has happened once. All the life-giving human activities that we lump together under the word civilization have been obliterated once in Western Europe, when the barbarians ran over the Roman Empire. For 2 centuries, the heart of European civilization almost stopped beating. We got through by the skin of our teeth. In the last few years, we developed an uneasy feeling that this could happen again. And advanced thinkers, who even in Roman times thought it fine to gang up with the barbarians, have begun to question if civilization is worth preserving. Well, this is why it seems to me a good moment to look at some of the ways in which man has shown himself to be an intelligent, creative, orderly, and compassionate animal. And the time to begin looking is the time when the old world of Greece and Rome had collapsed and the new world of Western Europe had not produced anything that one could call civilization. What is civilization? I don't know. I can't define it in abstract terms yet, but I think I can recognize it when I see it, and I'm looking at it now. If I had to say which was telling the truth about society, a speech by a minister of housing or the actual buildings put up in his time, I should believe the buildings. But this doesn't mean that the history of civilization is the history of art. Far from it. Great works of art can be produced in barbarous societies. In fact, the very narrowness of primitive society gives their ornamental art a peculiar concentration and vitality. At some time in the 9th century, one could have looked down into the river Seine and seen the prow of a Viking ship coming up the river. Looked at today, it's a powerful work of art. But to the mother of a family trying to settle down in her little hut, it would have seemed less agreeable, as menacing to her civilization as the periscope of a nuclear submarine. A powerful work of art, a more moving, to most of us, than this Greco-Roman head. And yet this is from the figure that was once the most admired piece of sculpture in the world, the Apollo of the Belvedere. Well, whatever its merits as a work of art, the Apollo surely embodies a higher state of civilization than the Viking prow. The northern imagination takes shape in an image of fear and darkness, the Hellenistic imagination in an image of harmonized proportion and human reason. At certain moments, man has felt the need to develop these qualities of thought and feeling so that they might approach, as nearly as possible, to an ideal of perfection. He's managed to satisfy this need in various ways, through myths, through dance and song, through systems of philosophy, and through the order that he has imposed on the visible world. The children of his imagination are also the expressions of an ideal. Western Europe inherited such an ideal. It had been invented in Greece in the 5th century before Christ and was, without doubt, the most extraordinary creation in the whole of history. So complete, so convincing, so satisfying to the mind and the eye that it lasted practically unchanged for over 600 years. Of course, its art became very stereotyped and conventional, but there it was. The same architectural language, the same imagery, the same theaters, the same temples. At any time for 500 years, you could have found them all round the Mediterranean, in Greece, Italy, Asia Minor, North Africa, or in the south of France, where I am now. This building, the so-called Maison Carrée at Nîmes, is a little Greek temple that might have been anywhere in the Greco-Roman world. That world must have seemed absolutely indestructible. And of course some of it was never destroyed. This aqueduct, not far from Nîmes, was materially beyond the destructive powers of the barbarians. What happened? Well, it took Gibbon 9 volumes to describe the decline and fall of the Roman Empire, and I shall not embark on that. But thinking about this almost incredible episode does tell one something about the nature of civilization. It shows that however complex and solid it seems, it is actually quite fragile. It can be destroyed. What are its enemies? First of all, fear. Fear of war, fear of invasion, fear of plague, fears that make it simply not worthwhile constructing things or planting trees or even planning next year's crops. And fear of the supernatural, which means that you daren't question anything or change anything. The late antique world was full of meaningless rituals, mystery religions that destroyed self-confidence. And then boredom, the feeling of hopelessness, which can overtake people with a high degree of material prosperity. There's a poem by a modern Greek called Cavafy, a poem in which he imagines the people of some late antique city waiting every day for the barbarians to come and sack it. And then finally the barbarians move off somewhere else, and the city is saved. But the people are disappointed. It would have been better than nothing. Of course, civilization requires a modicum of material prosperity, enough to provide a little leisure. But far more it requires confidence. Confidence in the society in which one lives, belief in its philosophy, belief in its laws, confidence in one's own mental powers. The way the stones of that bridge are laid is not only a triumph of technical skill, but it shows a vigorous belief in discipline and law, energy, vitality. All the great civilizations or civilizing epochs have had a weight of energy behind them. People sometimes think that civilization consists in fine sensibilities and good conversation and all that. Well, these can be among the agreeable results of civilization, but they are not what makes a civilization. And a society can have these amenities and yet be dead and rigid. So, if one asks why the civilization of Greece and Rome collapsed, the real answer is that it was exhausted. As the barbarians, who'd been hammering at the borders of the Roman Empire throughout its whole history, finally crossed the Danube and the Rhine. At first, they were half Romanized and helped to carry on the administration of the empire. But gradually, the great system broke down. And into Italy there poured successive waves of invaders who were destructively hostile to what they couldn't understand. I don't suppose they bothered to destroy the great buildings that were scattered all over the Roman world, but the idea of keeping them up never entered their heads. They preferred to live in prefabs and to let the old places fall down. Of course, here and there, life must have gone on in an apparently normal way for very much longer than one would expect. It always does. Civilization might have drifted downstream for a long time. But in the middle of the 7th century, there appeared from the south a new agent of destruction, Islam. There is one God, and Muhammad is his prophet, the simplest doctrine that has ever gained acceptance. And it gave to the prophet's followers the invincible solidarity that had once directed the legions of Rome. In a miraculously short time, about 50 years, the classical world was overrun. Only its bleached bones stood out against the Mediterranean sky. The old source of civilization was sealed off, and if a new civilization was to be born, it would have to face the Atlantic. What a hope. People sometimes tell me that they prefer barbarism to civilization. I doubt if they've given it a long enough trial. Like the people of Alexandria, they are bored by civilization. But all the evidence suggests that the boredom of barbarism is infinitely greater. Quite apart from discomforts and privations, there was no escape from it. Very restricted company, no books, no light after dark, no hope. On one side, the sea battering away, and on the other, infinite stretches of bog and forest and rocky waste. A most melancholy existence. And the Anglo-Saxon poets had no illusions about it. A wise man may grasp how ghastly it shall be when all this world's wealth standeth waste, even as now in many places over the earth. Walls stand wind-beaten, heavy with hoarfrost, ruined habitations. The Maker of men hath so marred this dwelling that human laughter is not heard about it, and idle stand those old giant works. Well, it was probably better to live on the very edge of the world than in the shadow of one of those old giant works, where at any moment you might be attacked by a new wave of marauders. Such at least was the view of the first Christians. They struggled on in search of the most inaccessible fringes of Cornwall, Ireland, or the Hebrides, and what places they found. "18 miles from the Irish coast is the island of Skellig Michael, a pinnacle of rock rising 700 feet from the sea. Even today, it's impossible to land except in fair weather. Yet, for 400 years, Christians found it a place of refuge. They made this stone causeway up its steep slopes, an extraordinary achievement of courage and tenacity. Looking back from the great civilizations of 12th century France or 17th century Rome, it is hard to believe that for quite a long time, over 100 years, Western Christianity survived by clinging to places like this. Just below the summit, on the only habitable fragment of land, they built their dry stone huts. There are stones of white crystal on the island, and they've been used to make this rough cross above the doorway. Of course, there was a pope in the ruined, beleaguered city of Rome, but the Celtic Church owed no allegiance to him. Here, these devoted transmitters of Christianity lived their uncomfortable, inward-turning lives, while the tides of barbarians ebbed and flowed across Europe. The Christian few sought remote places of enduring sanctuary. But the pagan tribes were not interested in permanence. Like the Irish tinkers of today, they preferred drifting as the mood took them. All through the early Dark Ages, great masses of people were on the move, taking their animals and their possessions with them. What did the early wanderers care about? The answer comes out in the poems. Gold. Whenever an Anglo-Saxon poet wants to put into words his ideal of a good society, he speaks of gold. There once many a man, mood-glad, gold-bright, of gleams garnished, flushed with wine pride, flashing war gear, gazed on wrought gemstones, on gold, on silver, on wealth held and hoarded, on light-filled amber. Struggling through the forest, battling with the waves, conscious chiefly of the animals and the birds that hung in the tangled branches, the barbarians were not interested in human beings. The wanderers had never been without craftsmen, and all their pent-up need to give some permanent shape to the flux of experience, to make something perfect out of their singularly imperfect existence, was concentrated in these marvelous objects. This love of gold and wrought gemstones, this feeling that they reflected an ideal world and had some kind of enduring magic, went on right up to the time when the dark struggles for survival were over. It's arguable that Western civilization was saved by its craftsmen. The wanderers could take their craftsmen with them. Since the smiths made princely weapons as well as ornaments, they were as necessary to a chieftain's status as were the bards whose calypsos celebrated his courage. But even while these splendid objects were being made, Christianity was gaining ground in the West, and 2 or 3 parts of the British Isles offered for a short time relative security. One of them was Iona. The Celtic missionaries are said to have preached to the seals, and the seals, with their usual curiosity, no doubt came up to listen. Secure and sacred. I never come to Iona, and I used to come here almost every year because when I was young my home was nearby, without the feeling some God is in this place. It's not as awe-inspiring as some other holy places in Delphi or Assisi, but Iona gives one, more than anywhere else I know, a sense of peace and inner freedom. What does it? The light, or the lie of the land, which, coming after the solemn hills of Mull, seems strangely like Greece, like Delos even? Or is it the memory of those holy men who kept Western civilization alive? Iona was founded by St. Columba, who came here from Ireland in the middle of the 6th century. It seems to have been a sacred spot before he came, and for 4 centuries it was the centre of Celtic Christianity. There are said to have been 360 crosses like the one behind me, nearly all of them thrown into the sea during the Reformation. No one knows which of the surviving Celtic manuscripts were produced here and which in the Northumbrian island of Lindisfarne, and it doesn't really matter, because they're all in what we rightly consider an Irish style. The strange thing about these books is that the monks who decorated them seem to have had so little consciousness of any form of classical or Christian culture. They're all gospel books, but they're almost devoid of Christian symbols, except for the fierce oriental-looking beasts who symbolize the 4 evangelists. When a man appears, he cuts a very poor figure. In this case, the scribe has thought it best to write in imago hominis, the image of a man. But the pages of pure ornament are almost the richest pieces of abstract decoration ever produced, more refined and elaborate than anything in Islamic art. We look at them for 10 seconds, then we pass on to something that we can interpret or read. But imagine if one couldn't read and had nothing else to look at for weeks at a time. Then these pages would have an almost hypnotic effect. The last work to be decorated in Iona has become the most famous, the Book of Kells. Soon after these fabulous pages were completed, when the book itself was unfinished, the abbot of Iona was forced to flee to Ireland. The sea had become more menacing than the land. The Norsemen were on the move. If there were 100 tongues in each head, said a contemporary Irish writer, they could not recount or narrate or enumerate or tell what all the Irish suffered of hardships and of injuring and of oppression in every house from those valiant, wrathful, purely pagan people. The Celts haven't changed much. Purely pagan. Unlike the earlier wanderers, the Vikings had a rather splendid mythology, romanticized for us by Wagner. Their runic stones have an almost magical power. They were the last people of Europe to resist Christianity. There are Viking gravestones from quite late in the Middle Ages that have symbols of Wotan on one side and Christian symbols on the other, what's called hedging your bets. This is how they portrayed themselves on an engraved stone, sailing off in their ships, landing, fighting, looting. Of course, they were brutal and rapacious. All the same, they have a place in the story of European civilization because these pirates were not merely destructive. If one wants a symbol of Atlantic man, as opposed to Mediterranean man, a symbol to set against the Greek temple, then it must be the Viking ship. The Greek temple is solid, static, crystalline. The Viking ship is light, mobile, buoyant, floating like a water lily. The one beside me is 72 feet long, has a very shallow draft, only 3 foot. It belongs to the early period of Viking navigation when they still hugged the shore, hence the shallow draft. This is the ocean-going type. By the time it was built, and it's about 50 years later, the first one we saw, the Vikings were quartering the world. They set out from a base, and with unbelievable courage and ingenuity, they got as far as Persia via the Volga and the Caspian Sea. And then they returned home with all their loot in these open ships, including coins from Samarkand and even a Chinese Buddha. The sheer technical skill of their journeys was a new achievement. And their spirit did contribute something very important to the Western world because, in the end, it was the spirit of Columbus. They were also considerable artists. The ornament of the prow, which, as you see, is highly sophisticated, is a pattern of movement, of endless flux, with a rhythm that was still to underlie the great ornamental art we call Romanesque. When one also considers the Icelandic sagas, which are among the great books of the world, one must admit that the Norsemen produced a culture. But was it a civilization? Well, the monks of Lindisfarne wouldn't have said so, nor would Alfred the Great, nor the poor mother trying to settle down with her family on the banks of the Seine, whom I mentioned earlier. Civilization means something more than energy and will and creative power, something the early Norsemen hadn't got, but which, even in their time, was beginning to reappear in Western Europe. How can I define it? Very shortly, a sense of permanence. The wanderers and the invaders were in a continual state of flux. They didn't feel the need to look forward beyond the next march, or the next voyage, or the next battle. And for that reason, it didn't occur to them to build stone houses nor to write books. This is almost the only stone building that has survived from the 3 centuries after the fall of Rome, the baptistry at Poitiers. And as you see, it's pitifully crude. The builders, who have tried to use some elements of Roman architecture, capitals and pilasters and so forth, have no idea of their original intention. But at least this miserable construction was meant to last. It isn't just a wigwam. Civilized man also, it seems to me, must feel that he belongs somewhere in space and time, that he consciously looks forward and looks back, and for this he needs a minimum of stability, which was in Western Europe first achieved here in France, or as it then was, the Kingdom of the Franks. It was achieved by fighting. All the great civilizations in their early stages are based on success in war. And so it was with the Franks. Clovis and his successors not only conquered their enemies, but maintained themselves by cruelties and tortures, remarkable even by the standards of the last 30 years. Fighting, fighting, fighting. These 9th century drawings make it look less beastly than it was. Incidentally, they show, almost for the first time, that the horsemen have stirrups, and people who like mechanical explanations for historical events maintained that this was the reason why the Frankish cavalry was victorious. One sometimes feels that the 7th and 8th centuries were like a prolonged Western, and the resemblance is made more vivid by the presence already in the 8th century of our old friends, the sheriff and the marshal. But it was really far more horrible, because unredeemed by any trace of sentiment or chivalry. But fighting was necessary. Without Charles Martel's victory over the Moors here at Poitiers in 732, Western civilization might never have existed. And without Charlemagne's tireless campaigning, we should never have had the notion of a united Europe. We got through by the skin of our teeth. Charlemagne is the first great man of action to emerge from the darkness since the collapse of the Roman world. He became a subject of myth and legend. This magnificent reliquary, made about 500 years after his death to hold a piece of his skull, expresses what the Gothic Middle Ages felt about him in terms that he himself would have appreciated: gold and jewels and antique cameos. But the real man wasn't so far from that myth. He was a commanding figure, over 6 feet tall with piercing blue eyes, only he had a small, squeaky voice and a walrus moustache instead of the beard. He was a tireless administrator. The lands he conquered, Bavaria, Saxony, Lombardy, were organized beyond the capacities of a barbarous people. His empire was an artificial creation. Yet, the old idea that he saved civilization isn't so far wrong, because it was through him that the Atlantic world re-established contact with the ancient culture of the Mediterranean world. There were great disorders after his death, but no more skin of our teeth. Civilization had come through. How did he do it? Well, first of all, with the help of an outstanding teacher and librarian named Alcuin of York, he collected books and had them copied. People don't always realize that only 3 or 4 antique manuscripts of the Latin authors are still in existence. Our whole knowledge of ancient literature is due to the collecting and copying that began under Charlemagne. This is the more extraordinary when one remembers that for over 500 years, practically no lay person, from kings and emperors downwards, could read or write. Charlemagne learned to read, but he never could write. He said he couldn't get the hang of it. Alfred the Great, who was an exceptionally clever man, seems to have taught himself to read at the age of 40, and was the author of several books, although they were probably dictated in a kind of seminar. Great men, even ecclesiastics, normally dictated to their secretaries as they do today, and as you may see one of them doing in this 10th century illustration. Of course, most of the higher clergy could read, and the pictures of the evangelists, which are the favorite, often the only illustrations in early manuscripts, become in the 10th century a kind of assertion of this almost divine accomplishment. This ivory is a glorification of writing, with its inspired concentration of St. Gregory and its 3 smug little scribes below. In copying these manuscripts, Charlemagne's scribes arrived at the most beautiful lettering ever invented. Also the most practical, so that when the Renaissance humanists wanted to find a clearer and more elegant substitute for the crabbed Gothic script, they revived the Carolingian. And so it has survived in more or less the same form until the present day. Charlemagne's adoption of the imperial idea led him to look not only at antique civilization, but at its strange posthumous existence in what we call the Byzantine Empire. For 400 years, Constantinople had been the greatest city in the world, and the only one in which life had gone on more or less untouched by the wanderers. It was a civilization, all right. It produced some of the most nearly perfect buildings and works of art ever made, but it was entirely sealed off from Western Europe, partly by the Greek language, partly by religious differences, chiefly because it didn't want to involve itself with the bloody feuds of the Western barbarians. It had its own Eastern barbarians to deal with. I am in the church of San Vitale at Ravenna, which for a part of the 5th and 6th centuries was the seat of the Byzantine court. Charlemagne came here on his way back from Rome. No emperor has visited Rome for almost 500 years. And when Charlemagne, the great conqueror, went there in the year 800, the Pope crowned him as the head of a new Holy Roman Empire, brushing aside the fact that there was another emperor in Constantinople. Charlemagne was afterwards heard to say that this famous episode was a mistake. He advised his son to crown himself. Perhaps he was right. By crowning Charlemagne, the Pope could claim a supremacy over the emperor, which was the cause or pretext of war for 3 centuries. But historical judgments are very tricky. Maybe the tension between the spiritual and worldly powers throughout the Middle Ages was precisely what kept European civilization alive. If either had achieved absolute power, society might have grown as static as the civilization of Egypt or of Byzantium itself. Anyway, Charlemagne saw these mosaics of Justinian and Theodora and realized how magnificent an emperor could be. I may add that he himself never wore anything but a plain Frankish cloak. And when Charlemagne returned to his residence at Aix-la-Chapelle, he settled there because he liked swimming in the hot springs, he determined to build a replica of San Vitale as his Paris chapel.
Et somnolentos increpat, calus negantes abuit, callo cadentes biselit, eglis salus refunditur, mucro latronis fonditur, lapsis fides revertitur. Isurabantes respicie, et nos vivendo corrige, si respicis lapsis.
Those mosaics are a reconstruction done in the 19th century. And we can see that by comparison with Ravenna, the octagon at Aix is rather stiff and monotonous. But those magnificent iron grills, which were made locally, are an impressive technical achievement.
In nostra vox primum solet, et vota solvamus tibi.
And when one thinks that nearly all the buildings in northern Europe, including the greater part of Charlemagne's palace, were of wood, and that such stone buildings as existed were the converted husks of Roman remains, it is the most extraordinary feat. Charlemagne's throne. Of course, the craftsmen who made those grills may have come from the East, because under Charlemagne, Europe was once more in touch with the outside world. He even received a present from Harun al-Rashid, Caliph of the 1001 Nights, an elephant called Abul Abuz. He died on campaign in Saxony. Its tusks were made into chessmen, which still exist. As ruler of an empire stretching from Denmark to the Adriatic, he amassed treasures from all over the known world. But in the end, it was the books that mattered. There have never been more splendid books than those illuminated for the court library and sent as presents all over Western Europe. In their own day, these books were so precious that the practice arose of giving them the richest, most elaborate bindings conceivable. Usually they took the form of an ivory plaque surrounded by beaten gold and gems. And these small pieces of sculpture are in some ways our best indication of the intellectual life of Europe for almost 200 years. Only Charlemagne could hold the empire together. After his death it broke up and Europe entered a phase which historians usually consider almost as dark and barbarous as the century before him. Well, that's because they look at it from the point of view of political history and the written word. If we read what Ruskin called the book of its art, we get a very different impression, because, contrary to all expectation, the 10th century produced work as splendid and as technically skillful and even as delicate as any other age. To me, this cross of Lothar is one of the most moving objects that has come down to us from the distant past. On the front, there's a beautiful assertion of imperial status. At the center of these gems and gold filigree is a cameo of the Emperor Augustus, an image of political imperium at its most civilized. On the back, there's a flat piece of silver. But on it is engraved an outline drawing of the crucifixion, a drawing of such poignant beauty as to make the front of the cross look worldly. It's the experience of a great artist simplified to its essence, what Matisse wanted to do in his chapel at Vence, but more concentrated, and of course, the work of a believer. We've grown so used to the idea that the crucifixion is the supreme symbol of Christianity that it's a shock to realize how late in the history of Christian art its power was recognized. In the first 6 centuries, the crucifixion is practically never represented. And the earliest example, on the doors of Santa Sabina in Rome, it's stuck away in a corner, almost out of sight. It's not only obscure, but unmoving. The simple fact is that the early church needed converts. And from this point of view, the crucifixion was not an encouraging subject. So early Christian art is concerned with miracles, healings, water into wine, and with hopeful aspects of the faith, such as the ascension and the resurrection. The few surviving crucifixions of the early church make no attempt to touch our emotions. It was the 10th century, that despised and rejected epoch of European history, which made the crucifixion into a moving symbol of the Christian faith. In such a figure as this, made for Archbishop Guerreau of Cologne 1,000 years ago, one sees the figure of the crucified Christ as it has been almost ever since. The upstretched arms, the sunken head, the poignant twist of the body. The men of the 10th century not only recognized the meaning of Christ's sacrifice in physical terms, they were able to sublimate it into ritual. The evidence of book illustrations and ivories shows for the first time a consciousness of the symbolic power of the Mass. Look at these solemn columnar characters celebrating and chanting the Mass. Are they not almost literally pillars of a great new establishment? And what about this enameled pulpit at Aix-la-Chapelle, from which the word of God could be preached to the emperor and his court? These grand authoritative works show that at the end of the 10th century, there was a new power in Europe, greater than any king or empire, the Church. And the Church at this date was a humanizing influence. I'm reminded of the most famous lines of Virgil who loomed so large in the medieval imagination. They come when Virgil's hero, Aeneas, has been shipwrecked in a country that he fears will be inhabited by barbarians. Then, as he looks around, he sees some figures carved in relief, and he says, "These men know the pathos of life, and mortal things touch their hearts." Man is no longer imago humanis, the image of a man, but is a human being with humanity's impulses and fears, also humanity's moral sense and belief in the authority of a higher power. By the year 1000, the year in which many timid people had feared that the world would come to an end, the long dominance of the barbarous wanderers was over, and Western Europe was prepared for its first great age of civilization. There have been times in the history of mankind when the Earth seems suddenly to have grown warmer or more radioactive. Well, I don't put this forward as a scientific proposition, but the fact remains that 3 or 4 times in history, man has made a leap forward that would have been unthinkable under ordinary evolutionary conditions. One such time was about the year 3000 BC, when quite suddenly civilization appeared, not only in Egypt and Mesopotamia, but in the Indus Valley. Another was in the late 6th century BC, when there was not only the miracle of Ionia and Greece, philosophy, science, art, poetry, all reaching a point that wasn't reached again for 2,000 years, but also in India, a spiritual enlightenment that has perhaps never been equaled. And another was round about the year 1100. It seems to have affected the whole world, India, China, Byzantium, but its strongest and most dramatic effect was in Western Europe, where it was most needed. It was like a Russian spring. In every branch of life, action, philosophy, organization, technology, there was an extraordinary outpouring of energy, an intensification of existence. Popes, emperors, kings, bishops, saints, scholars, philosophers, they were all larger than life. And the incidents of history are great heroic dramas or symbolic acts that still stir our hearts. The evidence of this heroic energy, this confidence, this strength of will and intellect is still visible to us. From where I'm standing, the east end of Canterbury still looks very large and very complex. In spite of all our mechanical skills and the inflated scale of modern materialism, Durham Cathedral remains a formidable proposition. These great orderly mountains of stone rose out of a small cluster of wooden houses. Well, everyone with the least historical imagination has thought of that, but what people don't always realize is that all this happened quite suddenly, in a single lifetime. Well, of course, these changes imply a new social and intellectual background. They imply wealth, stability, technical skill, and above all, the confidence necessary to push through a long-term project. How had all this suddenly appeared in Western Europe? There are many answers, but one is overwhelmingly more important than the others: the triumph of the Church. It could be convincingly argued that Western civilization was basically the creation of the Church. In saying that, I'm not thinking for the moment as the Church as the repository of Christian truth and spiritual experience. I'm thinking of her, as the 12th century thought of her, as a power, ecclesia, sitting like an empress. And she was powerful for positive reasons. Men of intelligence naturally and normally took holy orders and could rise from obscurity to positions of immense influence. The Church was basically a democratic institution where ability, administrative, diplomatic, sheer intellectual ability made its way. And then the Church was international. The great churchmen of the 11th and 12th centuries came from all over Europe. Anselm came here from Aosta via Normandy to be Archbishop of Canterbury. Lanfranc had made the same journey starting from Pavia. It couldn't happen in the Church or in politics today. One can't imagine two consecutive Archbishops of Canterbury being Italian, but it could happen, and it does happen, in the field of science, which shows that where some way of thought or human activity is really vital to us, then internationalism is accepted unhesitatingly. This internationalism of the 12th century extended to architecture and sculpture. The master masons, who were both sculptors and architects, traveled all over Europe. Canterbury was built by a Frenchman, William of Sens. The extraordinary thing is that wherever they went, these masters seemed able to recruit a force of skilled workmen who carried out technical feats which seem infinitely beyond all that we know, or think we know, of the mechanical skill of the time.
Passe de fas ambulant, pene passo pari, prodigus non redimit, vitium avari, virtu temperantia, quadam singulari, debet medium, ad utrumque vitium caute contemplaris. Si legisse memoras etiam catonis, in pascitum legitur ambulat communis, cum ad anni gloriam animum disponis, super cetera, primum hoc considerac visi dignus bonis, cum sin quotro quotrior omnibus abundas.
They were inspired by the feeling that beyond all their hoisting and hammering, there was some great controlling intelligence based on mathematical laws, a human reflection of God, the great architect. This expansion of the human spirit was first made visible in the Abbey of Cluny, about 250 miles to the southeast of Paris. It was founded in the 10th century, but under Hugh Semur, who was abbot from 1049 to 1109, it became the greatest church in Europe. A huge complex of buildings with a famous library in which was made the first translation of the Quran, the first attempt to understand the infidel instead of merely fighting him. Well, the buildings were destroyed in the early 19th century, used as a quarry like Roman buildings, and only a part of the south transept remains where I'm standing now. But we've many descriptions of its original splendor. The Abbey Church alone was the size of a large cathedral, and on feast days the whole of the walls were covered with hangings, the floors were mosaic with figures like a Roman pavement. And of all its treasures, the most astonishing was a 7-branched candlestick of gilt bronze, in which the shaft alone was 18 feet high. Formidable piece of casting even today. Of all this, nothing remains. Only a few candlesticks later and much smaller. This is one of them. It's only about 18 inches high, but it's so full of detail that one can imagine it 18 feet. Although made for the Cathedral of Gloucester, it's a perfect example of Cluniac elaboration. Well, this first great eruption of ecclesiastical splendor was unashamedly extravagant. Apologists for the Cluniac style tell us that all the decoration was subordinated to philosophic ideas. My general impression is that the invention which boiled over into sculpture and painting in the early 12th century was self-delighting. As with the similar outbursts of the Baroque, one can think up ingenious interpretations of the subjects, but the motive force behind them was simply irrepressible, irresponsible energy. The Romanesque carvers were like a school of dolphins. All this we know, not from the mother house of Cluny itself, but from the dependencies that spread all over Europe. There were over 1,200 of them in France alone. And I'm sitting in the cloisters of a fairly remote one, the Abbey of Moissac in southern France, which was important because it was on the pilgrimage route to Compostela. The carvings have much that is typical of the Cluny style. The sharp cutting, the swirling drapery, the twisting line, as if the restless impulses of the wandering craftsman, the goldsmiths of the Viking conquerors, still had to be expressed in stone. You can see this on the mullion of the door with its fabulous beasts. When one considers that they were once brightly colored, because the Cluniac ornament seems all to have been painted, and the manuscripts show what kind of color it was, they must have looked even more fiercely Tibetan than they do today. And I can't imagine that even the medieval mind, which was adept at interpreting everything symbolically, could have found much in them of religious meaning. But what has this column to do with Christian values, with compassion or charity or even hope? It's not at all surprising that the most influential churchman of his day, St. Bernard of Clairvaux, should have become the bitter and relentless critic of the Cluniac style. Some of his attacks are the usual Puritan objections, as when he speaks of the lies of poetry, words that were to echo through the centuries and become particular favorites in the new religion of science. But St. Bernard had an eye, as well as an eloquent tongue. And in the cloisters, he says, under the eyes of the brethren engaged in reading, what business have those ridiculous monstrosities, that misshapen shapeliness and shapely misshapenness, those unclean monkeys, those fierce lions, those monstrous centaurs, those semi-human beings? Here you see a quadruped with the tail of a serpent, there a fish with the head of a bird. In short, there appears on all sides so rich and amazing a variety of forms that it is more delightful to read the marbles than the manuscripts, and to spend the whole day in admiring these things piece by piece, rather than in meditating on the divine law. That last sentence shows, doesn't it, that Bernard felt the power of art. And in fact, the buildings done under his influence in the Cistercian style are closer to our ideals of architecture than anything else of the period. Alas, most of them are abandoned and half ruined simply because it was part of St. Bernard's ideal that they should be built far from the worldly distractions of towns. And so when, after the French Revolution, town monasteries were turned into local churches, the Cistercian monasteries fell into ruins. And yet it's there that the spirit of monasticism has survived.
Ponebant quotidie ad portam templi dicitur speciosa, ut peteret elemosinam ab introeuntibus in templum. Is cum vidisset Petrum et Ioannem incipientes introire in templum, rogabat ut elemosinam acciperet. Intuens autem in eum Petrus cum Ioanne dixit: respice in nos, at ille intendebat in eos sperans se aliquid accepturum abeis. Petrus autem dixit: argentum et aurum non est mihi, quod autem abeum obtibido.
These white monks in their unchanging habit, this round of work and prayer which has continued unbroken since the 12th century, bring the old building back to life. It's a way of life that is concerned with an ideal of eternity, and that is an important part of civilization. But the great Thaw of the 12th century was not achieved by contemplation alone, that can exist at all times, but by action, a vigorous, violent sense of movement, both physical and intellectual. On the physical side, this took the form of pilgrimages and crusades. Well, I think they're one of the features of the Middle Ages which is hardest for us to understand. It's no good pretending that pilgrimages were like cruises or holidays abroad. For one thing, they took far longer, sometimes 2 or 3 years. For another, they involved real hardship and danger. In spite of efforts to organize pilgrimages, and Cluny ran a series of hostels along the chief routes, elderly abbots and middle-aged widows often died on the way to Jerusalem. Pilgrimages were undertaken in hope of heavenly rewards. In fact, they were often used by the church as a form of penitence, a spiritualized form of extradition. The point of a pilgrimage was to look at relics. The medieval pilgrim really believed that by contemplating a reliquary containing the head or even the finger of a saint, he could persuade that saint to intercede on his behalf with God. Well, how can one hope to share this belief, which played so great a part in medieval civilization? I'm on my way to the town of Conques, a famous place of pilgrimage dedicated to the cult of Sainte Foy. She was a little girl who in late Roman times refused to worship idols. She was obstinate in the face of reasonable persuasion, a Christian Antigone. And so she was martyred. Her relics began to work miracles, and in the 10th century one of them was so famous that Bernard of Angers was sent to investigate it and report to the Bishop of Chartres. It seemed that a man had had his eyes gouged out by a jealous priest. After a year or so, the blind man went to the shrine of Sainte Foy, and his eyes were restored. The man was still alive. He said that at first he had had terrible headaches, but now they had passed and he could see perfectly. There was a difficulty. After his eyes had been put out, witnesses said that they had been taken up to heaven. Some said by a dove, others by a magpie. That was the only point of doubt. The report was favorable. A fine Romanesque church was built at Conques, and in it was placed this strange Eastern-looking figure to contain the relics of Sainte Foy, a golden idol studded with gems. How ironical that this little girl, who was put to death for refusing to worship idols, should have been turned into one herself. That the very head should be a gold mask of a late Roman emperor. Well, that's the medieval mind. They cared passionately about the truth, but their sense of evidence was different from ours. From our point of view, nearly all the relics in the world depend on some completely unhistorical assertion. And yet, they, as much as any factor, led to that movement and a diffusion of ideas from which Western civilization derives part of its momentum. Of course, the most important place of pilgrimage was Jerusalem. After the 10th century, when a strong Byzantine empire made the journey practicable, pilgrims used to go in parties of 7,000 at a time. And this is the background of that extraordinary episode in history, the First Crusade. Because, although other factors may have determined its course, Norman restlessness, the ambitions of younger sons, economic depression, all the factors that make for a gold rush, there can be no doubt that the majority of people joined the crusade in a spirit of pilgrimage. Among many things they brought back from the East were Persian decorative motifs, which were combined with the rhythms of northern ornament to make the Romanesque style. I see these as two fierce beasts tugging at the carcass of Greco-Roman art. Very often one can trace a figure back to a classical original, but it has been entirely tugged out of shape, or perhaps one should say into shape. by these two new forces. This feeling of tugging, of pulling everything to bits and reshaping it, was characteristic of 12th century art, and was somehow complementary to the massive stability of its architecture. And I see rather the same situation in the realm of ideas. The main structure of the Christian faith was unshakable, but around it was a play of minds, a tugging and a tension that has hardly been seen since, and was, I think, one of the things that prevented Western Europe from growing rigid, as so many other civilizations have done. It was an age of intense intellectual activity. To read what was going on in Paris about the year 1130 makes one's head spin. And at the center of it all was the brilliant, enigmatic figure of Peter Abelard, the invincible arguer, the magnetic teacher. Abelard was a star. Like a great prize fighter, he expressed contempt for anyone who met him in the ring of open discussion. The older medieval philosophers, like Anselm, had said, "I must believe in order that I may understand." Abelard took the opposite course, "I must understand in order that I may believe." He said, "By doubting we come to questioning, and by questioning we perceive the truth." Strange words to have been written in the year 1122. Of course, they got him into trouble. Only the strength and wisdom of Cluny saved him from excommunication. He ended his days calmly in a Cluniac house, and after his death, the abbot of Cluny wrote to Eloise saying that she and Abelard would be reunited where, beyond these voices, there is peace. I'm standing in a Cluniac house, the Abbey of Vézelay. I'm in the covered portico where the pilgrims gathered. Above my head is the relief on the main door showing Christ in glory. He's no longer the judge, as at Moissac, but the Redeemer. Vézelay's full of sculpture, on the doors, on the capitals, everywhere. But fascinating as this is, one forgets about it when one looks through the door at the architecture of the interior. It's so harmonious that surely St. Bernard, who preached the Second Crusade here, must have felt that this was an expression of the divine law and an aid to worship and contemplation. It certainly has that effect on me. Indeed, I can think of no other Romanesque interior that has this quality of lightness, this feeling of divine reason. And it seems inevitable that the Romanesque should here merge into a beautiful early Gothic. We don't know the name of the architect of Vézelay, nor of the highly individual sculptors of Moissac and Toulouse. And this used to be taken as a proof of Christian humility in the artists, or, alternatively, a sign of their low status. I think it was just an accident, because in fact we do know the names of a good many medieval builders, including the architects of Cluny, and the form of their inscriptions doesn't at all suggest excessive modesty. One of the most famous is bang in the middle of the main portal of the Cathedral of Autun. You can see it under the feet of Christ. Gisilbertus hoc fecit. Gisilbertus made this. One of the blessed looks up at the name of Gisilbertus with admiration. He must have been considered a very important man for his name to have been permitted in such a prominent place. At a later date, it would not have been the artist's name, but the patron's. And in fact, Gisilbertus was important to Autun because he did something unique in the Middle Ages and very rare at any time. He carried out the whole decoration of the cathedral himself. This extraordinary feat was in keeping with his character as an artist. He wasn't an inward-looking visionary like the Moissac master. He was an extrovert. He loves to tell a story, and his strength lies in his dramatic force. Look at the row of the damned under the feet of their judge. They form a crescendo of despair. They're reduced to essentials in a way that brings them very close to the art of our own time, a likeness terrifyingly confirmed by these gigantic hands that carry up the head of a sinner as if it were a piece of rubble on a building site. The capitals also have this vivid narrative quality. They contain rich pieces of ornament, but in the end, it's the story that counts. Look at this charming donkey, and at the protective way in which the Virgin holds the Christ child on their journey to Egypt. Even in this abstract-looking design of the three kings asleep under their magnificent counterpane, what matters is the angel's gesture and the delicate way he places one finger on the hand of a sleeping king. Like all storytellers, he had a taste for horrors, and he went out of his way to depict them. This really horrifying work is the Suicide of Judas. However, I must, in fairness, admit that he also did a figure of Eve, which is the first female nude since antiquity to give a sense of the pleasures of the body. The work of Gisilbertus was finished in about 1135, and by that time a new force had appeared in European art, the Abbey of Saint-Denis. The Royal Abbey of Saint-Denis had been famous enough in earlier times, but the part it played in Western civilization was due to the abilities of one extraordinary individual, the Abbot Suger. He was one of the first men of the Middle Ages whom one can think of in modern, I might almost say transatlantic terms. His origins were completely obscure and he was extremely small, but his vitality was overwhelming. It extended to everything that he undertook: organization, building, statesmanship. He was regent of France for 7 years and a great patriot. Indeed, he seems to have been the first to pronounce those now familiar words: "The English are destined by moral and natural law to be subjected to the French, and not contrariwise." He loved to talk about himself without any false modesty. And he tells the story of how his builders assured him that beams of the length he needed for certain roof could never be found because trees just weren't as tall as that. Whereupon he took his carpenters into the forests. They smiled, he says, and would have laughed if they had dared. And in the course of the day he discovered 12 trees of the necessary size and had them felled and brought back. You see why I use the word transatlantic. And like several of the pioneers of the New World, he had a passionate love of art. One of the most fascinating documents of the Middle Ages is the account he wrote of the works carried out at Saint-Denis under his administration. The gold altar, the crosses, the precious crystals. There they are, seen through the eyes of a 15th century painter who has no doubt made his figures much too large in proportion. Actually, Suger's great gold cross was 24 feet high, and it was studded with jewels and inlaid with enamels made by one of the finest craftsmen of the age, Godefroy de Clerc, all destroyed in the Revolution. All that is left of Suger's treasures is a few of the sacred vessels, like this Egyptian porphyry jar, which he tells us he found forgotten in a cupboard. Suger's feeling for all these objects was partly that of a great collector, love of brightness and splendor and antiquity, and a love of acquisition. But he was not merely a collector. He was a creator. His work had a philosophic basis that is very important to Western civilization. Suger accepted the belief that we could only come to understand the absolute beauty, which is God, through the effect of precious and beautiful things on our senses. He said, "The dull mind rises to truth through that which is material." Well, this was really a revolutionary concept in the Middle Ages. It was the intellectual background of all the sublime works of art of the next century, and in fact has remained the basis of our belief in the value of art until today. In addition to this revolution in theory, Suger's Saint-Denis was also the beginning of many new developments in practice, in architecture, in sculpture, in painted glass. But one can still see that Suger introduced, perhaps really invented, the Gothic style of architecture. Not only the pointed arch, but the lightness of high windows, what we call the clear story. Bright, he says, is the noble edifice that is pervaded by new light. And in these words, he anticipates all the architectural aspirations of the next 200 years. Alas, the exterior of Saint-Denis doesn't look too bright today. It's been knocked about and restored and is now engulfed in a squalid industrial suburb. To form any notion of its first effect on the mind, one must go to Chartres. In some miraculous way, Chartres has survived. Fire and war, revolution and restoration have attacked it in vain. One can still climb the hill to the cathedral in the spirit of a pilgrim. Even the tourists have not destroyed its atmosphere, as they have in so many temples of the human spirit, from the Sistine Chapel to the Todaiji in Japan. The South Tower is still more or less as it was when it was completed in the year 1164. It's a masterpiece of harmonious proportion. Was this harmony calculated mathematically? Well, ingenious scholars have produced a system of proportions based on measurements, but it's so complex that I find it very hard to credit. However, Chartres was the center of a school of philosophy devoted to Plato, and in particular to his mysterious book called the Timaeus, from which it was thought that the whole universe could be interpreted as a form of measurable harmony. So perhaps the proportions of Chartres reflect a more complex mathematics than one is inclined to believe. Chartres contained the most famous of all relics of the Virgin, the actual tunic she had worn at the time of the Annunciation. From the first, this relic had worked miracles, but it was only in the 12th century that the cult of the Virgin began to appeal to the popular imagination. I suppose that in the earlier centuries, life was simply too rough. At any rate, if art is any guide, and in this series I am taking it as my guide, the Virgin played a very small part in the minds of men during the 9th and 10th and even the 11th centuries. The Romanesque churches we've been looking at were dedicated to saints whose relics they contained, Saint Etienne, Saint Lazarus, Saint Denis, Saint Mary Magdalene, none of them to the Virgin. Then, after Chartres, almost every great church in France was dedicated to her. Paris, Amiens, Reims, Rouen, Beauvais. What was the reason for this sudden change? Well, I think the cult of the Virgin must have come from the East, because all the early representations of the Virgin as an object of devotion are in a markedly Byzantine style. This is a page from a manuscript from Citeaux, the community of St. Bernard. And St. Bernard was one of the first men to speak of the Virgin as an ideal of beauty and a mediator between man and God. But certainly a strong influence in spreading the cult of the Virgin was the beauty and splendor of Chartres. The main portal of Chartres is one of the most beautiful congregations of carved figures in the world. The longer you look at it, the more moving incidents, the more vivid details you discover. I suppose the first thing that strikes anyone is this row of pillar people. In naturalistic terms, as bodies, they're impossible, and the fact that one believes in them is a triumph of art. The sculptor was not only a man of genius, but one of great originality. He must have begun carving when style was dominated by the violent, twisting rhythms of Cluny, and he's created a style as still and restrained and classical as the Greek sculptors of the 6th century BC. But was it really Greek? I mean Greek in derivation. Were these reed-like draperies, the thin straight lines, the fluted folds, the zigzag hems, and the whole play of texture, which so obviously recalls a Greek archaic figure, arrived at independently, or had the Chartres master seen some fragments of early Greek sculpture in the south of France? Well, for various reasons, I'm quite certain that he had. But the most important thing about the central doorway, more important even than its Greek derivation, is the character of the heads of the so-called kings and queens. No one knows exactly who they are. These heads seem to me to show a new stage in the ascent of Western man. Indeed, I believe that this refinement, this look of selfless detachment and spirituality is something entirely new in art. Beside them, the gods and heroes of ancient Greece look arrogant, soulless, even slightly brutal. I fancy that the faces which look out at us from the past are perhaps the surest indication we have of the meaning of an epoch. And the faces on the west portal of Chartres are amongst the most sincere and the most aristocratic that Western Europe has ever produced. From the old chronicles, we know something about the men whose states of mind these faces reveal. In the year 1144, we are told, when the towers seemed to be rising as if by magic, the faithful harnessed themselves to carts which were bringing stone and dragged them from the quarry to the cathedral. The enthusiasm spread throughout France. Men and women came from far away, carrying heavy burdens of provisions for the workmen, wine, oil, corn, Amongst them were lords and ladies, pulling carts with the rest. There was perfect discipline and a most profound silence. All hearts were united, and each man forgave his enemies. Its very construction was a kind of miracle. The old Romanesque church had been destroyed by a terrible fire in 1197. Only the towers and the west front remained. And the people of Chartres feared that they had lost their precious relic. Then, when the debris was cleared away, it was found intact in the crypt. And the Virgin's intention became clear, that a new church should be built, even more splendid than the last. The building is in the new architectural style to which Suger had given the impress of his authority at Saint-Denis, what we call Gothic. Only at Chartres the architect was told to follow the foundations of the old Romanesque cathedral, and this has meant that the Gothic vaulting had to cover a space far wider than ever before. It was a formidable problem of construction, and in order to solve it, the architect has used the device known as flying buttresses, one of those happy strokes where necessity has led to an architectural invention of marvelous and fantastic beauty. Since the beginning of settled life, say the Pyramid of Saqqara, man had thought of buildings as a weight on the ground. He had always found himself limited by problems of stability and weight. In the end, it kept him down to the earth. Now, by the devices of the Gothic style, the shaft with its cluster of columns passing without interruption into the vault, and the pointed arch, he could make stone seem weightless, the weightless expression of the spirit. By the same means, he could surround his space with glass. Suger said that he did this in order to get more light, but he found that these areas of glass could be made into an ideal means of impressing and instructing the faithful. Man may rise to the contemplation of the divine through the senses. Well, nowhere else, I think, is Suger's favorite saying so convincingly illustrated as it is in Chartres Cathedral. As one looks at the painted windows which completely surround one, they seem almost to set up a vibration in the air. Chartres is the epitome of the first great awakening in European civilization. It's also the bridge between Romanesque and Gothic, between the world of Abelard and the world of St. Thomas Aquinas, the world of restless curiosity and the world of system and order. Great things were to be done in the next centuries of High Gothic, great feats of construction, both in architecture and in thought. But they all rested on the foundations of the 12th century. That was the age which gave European civilization its impetus. Our intellectual energy, our contact with the great minds of Greece, our ability to move and change, our belief that God may be approached through beauty, our feeling of compassion, our sense of the unity of Christendom, all this and much more appeared in those 100 marvelous years between the consecration of Cluny and the rebuilding of Chartres. I'm in the Gothic world, the world of chivalry, courtesy, and romance. A world in which serious things were done with a sense of play, where even war and theology could become a sort of game, and when architecture reached a point of extravagance unequaled in history. After all the great unifying convictions of the 12th century, High Gothic art can look fantastic and luxurious, what Marxists call conspicuous waste. And yet, these centuries produced some of the greatest spirits in the whole history of man, amongst them St. Francis of Assisi and Dante. Behind all the fantasy of the Gothic imagination, there remained, on two different planes, a sharp sense of reality. Medieval man could see things very clearly, but he believed that these appearances should be considered as nothing more than symbols or tokens of an ideal order, which was the only true reality. The fantasy strikes us first. A charming example is this series of tapestries known as The Lady with the Unicorn, one of the last and most seductive examples of the Gothic spirit. It is poetical, fanciful, and profane. Its ostensible subject is the four senses, but its real subject is the power of love, which can enlist and subdue all the forces of nature, including these two emblems of lust and ferocity, the unicorn and the lion. They kneel before this embodiment of chastity and even hold up the corners of her tent. These fierce beasts have become in the heraldic sense, her supporters. And all round this allegorical scene is what the scholastic medieval philosophers used to call nature naturing, natura naturans. Birds, trees, flowers, leaves galore, and those rather obvious symbols of nature naturing, rabbits. There is even nature domesticated, sitting on a cushion. What an image of worldly happiness at its most refined, what the French call the douceur de vivre, which is often confused with civilization. We've come a long way from the powerful convictions that induced knights and ladies to draw carts of stone up the hill for the building of Chartres Cathedral. And yet, the notion of ideal love and the irresistible power of gentleness and beauty, which is emblematically conveyed by the homage of these fierce beasts, can be traced back for 3 centuries, and we may even begin to look for it in the north portal of Chartres. This portal, the north portal, was decorated about the year 1220, and it seems to have been commissioned by that formidable lady Blanche of Castile, the mother of St. Louis. And perhaps for that reason, or perhaps simply because it was dedicated to the Virgin Mary, many of the figures are of women. And several of the stories on the arches concern Old Testament heroines. And at the corner is one of the first consciously graceful women in Western art. Only a very few years before, women were thought of as like this. And those were the women who accompanied the Norsemen to Iceland. Now, look at this embodiment of chastity, lifting her mantle, raising her hand, turning her head, with rhythms of self-conscious refinement that would have become mannered, but here are genuinely modest. In fact, she represents a saint called Saint Modeste, which he might be Dante's Beatrice. Of the 2 or 3 faculties that have been added to the European mind since the civilization of Greece and Rome, none seems to me stranger and more inexplicable than the sentiment of ideal or courtly love. It was entirely unknown in antiquity. Passion, yes. Desire, yes, of course. Steady affection, yes. But this state of utter subjection to the will of some almost unapproachable woman, this belief that no sacrifice was too great, that a whole lifetime might properly be spent in paying court to a disdainful lady or suffering on her behalf. This would have seemed to the Romans or to the Vikings not only absurd but unbelievable. And yet for hundreds of years it passed unquestioned. It inspired a vast literature from Chrétien de Troyes to Shelley, most of which I find completely unreadable. And even up to 1945, we still retained a number of chivalrous gestures. We raised our hats to ladies and let them pass first through doors, and in America, pushed in their seats at table. We still subscribed to the fantasy that they were chaste and pure beings in whose presence we couldn't tell certain stories or pronounce certain words. Well, that's all over now. But it had a long run, and there was much to be said for it. How did it begin? The truth is that nobody knows. And most people think that, like the pointed arch, it came from the East, that pilgrims and crusaders found in the Muslim world a tradition of Persian literature in which women were the subject of extravagant compliment and devotion. I don't know enough about Persian literature to say this is true, but I do think that the Crusades had another, less direct influence on the concept of courtly love. The lady of a castle must always have had a peculiar position, cooped up with so many unoccupied young men who couldn't spend all their time fighting. And when the lord was away for a year or two, the lady was left in charge. She took on his functions and received the kind of homage that was accepted in a feudal society. And the wandering knight who visited her did so with the mixture of deference and hope that one gets in the troubadour poems.
Pour mon cœur relais au ciel veuille une chanson faire. Chantez-vous veuille sentencière d'une mule bonheur.
In support of this theory is the subject of the siege of the Castle of Love, which appears on mirror cases and caskets and other domestic objects of the 14th century.
Certes, y a le lit mais une sœur, hélas, car elle a très douce mon cœur pris en ses laces, celui qu'on devait avoir brillerait.
I ought perhaps to add that the idea of marriage doesn't come into the question at all. Medieval marriages were entirely a matter of property. Well, as everybody knows, marriage without love means love without marriage. And then, I suppose one must admit that the cult of the Virgin had something to do with it. In this context, it sounds rather blasphemous. But the fact remains that one often hardly knows if a medieval love lyric is addressed to the poet's mistress or to the Virgin Mary. The greatest of all writings about ideal love, Dante's Vita Nuova, The New Life, is a quasi-religious work. And in the end, it is Beatrice who introduces Dante to paradise. So, for all these reasons, I think one can associate the cult of ideal love with the ravishing beauty and delicacy that one finds in the Madonnas of the late 13th century.
Quite core hoc tempore fit vilio, si tenerem cum cupio, in memore sub folio, oscularer cum gaudio, dulcis amor.
Courtly love was not only the subject of lyrics, but of long, very long stories in prose and verse. And this reminds me of something else that the Gothic centuries added to the European consciousness, that cluster of ideas and sentiments which surrounds the words romantic and romance. One can't really say that romance was a Gothic invention. I suppose that, as the word suggests, it was Romanesque and grew up in those southern districts of France where the memories of Roman civilization had not been quite obliterated when they were overlaid by the more fantastic imagery of the Saracens. But the chivalrous romance of the Gothic time, from Chrétien de Troyes in the 13th century to Mary in the 15th, with their allegories and personifications, their endless journeys and night-long vigils, their spells and mysteries, had a special appeal to the medieval mind. For 200 years, the Roman de la Rose was probably the most read book in Europe, except for Boethius and the Bible. Well, it's not much read today, except in order to pass examinations. But of course, the effect of these romances on 19th century literature was decisive, whether as a quarry or as an imaginative escape, especially in England. The Eve of St. Agnes, the Belle Dame sans Merci, the Idylls of the King, to say nothing of that crucial masterpiece of the late 19th century, Wagner's Tristan and Isolde. One can't say that Gothic romance hasn't played a part in our experience, if only at second hand. The summit of court civilization was reached in the late 14th century in France under the patronage of the Duc de Berry. He built a series of fabulous filigree castles, of which the painter de Limbourg has left us an apparently accurate record. He filled them with jewels and jeweled contraptions, paintings and tapestries. This warlike scene is only a tapestry. The Duke wasn't fond of war. The Duke's artists have given us a vivid account of his court. Here he is giving a grand dinner to celebrate the new year. There are no ladies present, which is curious, because the Duke, who was an amiably self-indulgent man, is reported to have said of women, "The more the merrier, and never tell the truth." But we can see some of his famous collection of 1,500 dogs, which is too many, even for me. They seem to have had the run of the table. Behind him is his chamberlain saying to some bashful suitor, "Approche, approche," and his courtiers, including a cardinal, are raising their hands in astonishment at such condescension. The castles, pictures, tapestries have vanished with the dogs, but a few of the treasures remain. This gold cup is one which seems to have been owned by the Duke, and one of the few objects from which one can still catch the flavour of this fanciful, luxurious world. And this, nominally a reliquary, but actually an extravagant but charming toy. It's supposed to have held a thorn from Christ's crown at the crucifixion. There were many patrons of art and collectors at that time, but the Duke was peculiar in that the arts were his whole life. And to pay for his collections, he taxed his subjects mercilessly, and they probably wouldn't have agreed with this miniature where St. Peter seems to be admitting him to heaven without the usual formalities. It was a colder world for peasants. The manuscripts illustrate another capacity of the human mind which had grown up in the preceding century, the delighted observation of natural objects, leaves and flowers, animals and birds. Birds were a medieval obsession. They're the subject of one of the earliest medieval sketchbooks, and they fill the borders of manuscripts. If you would ask the 14th century cleric to account for all these birds, he would probably have said that they represented souls, because they can fly up to God. But this doesn't really explain why artists drew them with such obsessive accuracy, and I think the reason is that they have become symbols of freedom. Under feudalism, men and animals were tied to the land. Very few people could move about, only artists and birds. They were cheerful, hopeful, impudent, and mobile, and in addition had the kind of markings that fitted in with medieval heraldry. The Duke's earliest manuscripts had shown an isolating and symbolizing approach to nature. But in the middle of his career, he discovered an artist, or a group of artists, called de Limbourg, who by some stroke of original genius saw nature as we see it, as part of a complete visual experience. No doubt much of their work's been lost, but one book remains, The Very Rich Hours, which is one of the miracles of art history. Here are men and women cultivating the fields, harrowing, sowing, with a scarecrow in the background, haymaking and harvesting, And suddenly we realize that all this had been going on in the same places, more or less unchanged, all through the Dark Ages, and went on in the same way right up to the last war. In the foreground, a party of nobles out hawking indulged in a little mild courtship, so called because it was only in courts that one had time for these agreeable preliminaries, instead of getting down to business immediately. Then, in May, everyone puts on crowns of leaves and goes out riding. What a dream! No society has ever been more elegant, more debonair, more dainty. Those French and Burgundian courts were the model of fashion and good manners all over Europe. Many people, when you mention to them the word civilization, think of something like this. Well, it isn't to be sneezed at. But it isn't enough to keep a civilization alive, because it depends on a small, static society that never looks outside or beyond. And we know from many examples that such societies become petrified, anxious only to hold on to their own social order. The great, indeed the unique merit of European civilization has been that it has never ceased to develop. Even the idea of courtesy could take on an unexpected form. In the years when the north portal of Chartres was being decorated, a rich young dandy named Francesco Bernardone suffered a change of heart. He was, and always remained, the most courteous of men. He was deeply influenced by French ideas of chivalry. And one day, when he had fitted himself up in his best clothes in preparation for some chivalrous campaign, he met a poor gentleman whose needs seemed to be greater than his own, and gave him his cloak. That night he dreamed that he should rebuild the celestial city. Later, he gave away his possessions so liberally that his father, who was a rich businessman in the Italian town of Assisi, decided to disown him, whereupon Francesco took off his remaining clothes and said that he would possess nothing, absolutely nothing. The Bishop of Assisi hid his nakedness and afterwards gave him a cloak, and Francesco went off into the woods singing a French song. The next 3 years he spent in abject poverty, looking after lepers, who were very much in evidence in the Middle Ages, and rebuilding with his own hands abandoned churches. In all his actions he took the words of the Gospels literally, and he translated them into the language of chivalric poetry. He said that he had taken poverty for his lady, and when he achieved some still more drastic act of self-denial, he said that it was to do her a courtesy. It was partly because he saw that wealth corrupts and is the cause of war, but partly because he felt that it was discourteous to be in the company of anyone poorer than oneself. I have so far illustrated the story of St. Francis by the work of the Sienese painter Sassetta, because although he painted so much later, the chivalric Gothic tradition lingered on in Siena as nowhere else in Italy, and gave to Sassetta's sprightly images a lyric, even a visionary quality, more Franciscan than the ponderous images of Giotto. But I must now change to Giotto, not only because he lived 150 years earlier than Sassetta, that's to say, much nearer the time of St. Francis, but because he was chosen to decorate the great church where I'm now standing, the Church of St. Francis, built very shortly after his death. How many of these frescoes are really by Giotto's own hand is an open question. Modern English scholars have taken it into their heads to say that Giotto practically never went to Assisi at all. Italian scholars think that he painted nearly all of them. I'm inclined to think that Giotto was one of those artists, like Raphael, who attached much more importance to invention than to execution. He was quite prepared to let his pupils, there must have been a small army of pupils, carry out his ideas. The ones here above my head, I'm pretty sure he painted himself because they have all his weight and dramatic power. Where he seems to me to fall short is in his actual image of the saint. It's too grave and commanding. It has none of that sprightliness of us, that sense of joy, which St. Francis valued almost as much as courtesy itself. Incidentally, we don't know what St. Francis looked like. The best known early painting is attributed to Cimabue. It looks quite convincing, but I'm afraid that it's entirely repainted and only shows us what the 19th century thought St. Francis ought to have looked like. From the first, everyone recognized that St. Francis was a religious genius, the greatest, I believe, that Europe has ever produced. Although he was only a layman, the Pope gave him permission to found an order here at Assisi. St. Francis died in 1226 at the age of 43, worn out by his austerities. On his deathbed, he had asked forgiveness of poor brother Donkey, my body, for the hardships he had made it suffer. He had seen his order go from a group of humble companions and become a great institution, a power in church politics. And at a certain point, he had quite naturally and simply relinquished control. He knew that he was no administrator. Within 2 years, only 2 years of his death, he was canonized, and his companions began to build this great church to his memory, a masterpiece of Gothic architecture, also an incredible piece of engineering. Two churches, one on top of the other, a huge monastery, all built on arcades, and of such hard stone that it's almost impossible to believe that it's original 13th century work. I think it must have been built by a castle architect. It was decorated by all the chief Italian painters of the 13th and 14th centuries, from Cimabue onwards, so that it has become the richest and most evocative church in Italy. A strange memorial to the little poor man, whose favourite saying was, "Foxes have holes, and the birds of the air have nests, but the Son of Man hath not where to lay his head." But of course, St. Francis's cult of poverty couldn't survive him. It didn't even last his lifetime. It was officially rejected by the Church because the Church had already become part of the international banking system that originated in the 13th century. And those of St. Francis's disciples who clung to his doctrine of poverty, called fraticelli, were denounced as heretics and burnt at the stake. And for 700 years, capitalism has continued to grow to its present monstrous proportions. It may seem that St. Francis has had no influence at all, because even those humane reformers of the 19th century who sometimes invoked him didn't wish to exalt or sanctify poverty, but to abolish it. And yet, his belief that in order to free the spirit we must shed our earthly possessions is the belief of that all great religions have in common, East and West, almost without exception. And by enacting that truth with such simplicity and grace, he made it a part of the European consciousness, an ideal to which, however impossible it may be in practice, the finest spirits will always return. And by freeing himself from the pull of possessions, St. Francis achieved a state of mind which has been of great value to us. I mean his belief in the unity of creation and the possibility of universal love. It was only because he possessed nothing that St. Francis could feel sincerely a brotherhood with all created things, not only living creatures like Brother Pig, but Brother Fire and Sister Wind. This philosophy inspired his hymn to the unity of creation, known as the Canticle of the Sun, and it's expressed with irresistible naivete in a collection of legends known as the Fioretti, the little flowers. Not many people can make their way through the polemics of Abelard or the definitions of St. Thomas Aquinas, but everyone can enjoy these holy folk tales which, after all, may not be completely untrue. They are, in contemporary jargon, amongst the first examples of popular communication, at any rate since the Sermon on the Mount. And they tell us, for instance, how St. Francis persuaded a fierce wolf that terrified the people of Gubbio to make a pact by which, in return for regular meals, he will leave the citizens alone. "Give me your paw," said St. Francis, and the wolf gave his paw. Most famous of all, of course, is the Sermon to the Birds, those creatures which, as I've said, seemed to the Gothic mind singularly privileged. 7 centuries haven't impaired the naive beauty of that episode. St. Francis is a figure of the pure Gothic time, the age of crusades and castles and the great cathedrals. Although he put it to strange and marvelous uses, he belonged to the age of chivalry. Well, however much one loves that world, I think it remains for us infinitely strange and remote. It's as enchanting, as luminous, as transcendental as the stained glass that is its glory. And, in the ordinary meaning of the word, as unreal. But already, during the lifetime of St. Francis, another world was growing up, which, for better or worse, is the ancestor of our own. The world of trade, of banking, of cities, full of hard-headed men whom aim in life was to grow rich without ceasing to be respectable. Cities, citizen, civilian, civic life, I suppose that all this ought to have a direct bearing on what we mean by civilization. Behind me is the town hall of Siena, looking very much as it did in the 14th century. In fact, the city architect told me that the population is 2 less than it was in the 13th century. Historians sometimes maintain that civilization began in these Italian republics of the 14th century. Well, civilization, as I understand it, can be created in a monastery or a court just as well as in a city, perhaps rather better. But all the same, the social and economic system that grew up in the 13th century had a point. It was a manageable human unit. And as opposed to the system, if we can call it a system, of chivalry, it was realistic. And the proof is that it has survived. Of course, Siena remained to some extent medieval compared with Florence. There, industrial and banking conditions at the time of Dante were surprisingly similar to those that exist in Lombard Street today, except that double entry wasn't invented till the 14th century in Genoa, I believe. Of course, the Italian republics weren't in the least democratic, as those pre-Marxist innocents, the liberal historians, used to think they were. Exploitation was in the hands of a few powerful families who managed to operate within the framework of a guild system in which the workers had no say at all. The Italian merchant of the 14th century isn't a sympathetic figure, less so really than that old reprobate Jean de Berry. The stories of Florentine thrift are like the stories that Jews used to tell about each other. But, and here the parallel with Lombard Street is not so close, the new merchant classes, as patrons of the art of their own time, were at least as intelligent as the aristocracy. And just as their economic system was capable of an expansion that has lasted till today, so the painting they commissioned had a kind of solid reality that was to be the dominant aim of art up to the time of Cézanne. The first, and in some ways the greatest painter of this new reality, was Giotto. This is one of Giotto's frescoes in the Arena Chapel in Padua. And as I look at it, I realize that to anyone whose eye has been conditioned by realism, as it has existed in European art from the Renaissance to the Cubists, this will not look very realistic, perhaps no more so than Gothic tapestry. But this much is clear. Instead of a decorative jumble, it concentrates on a few simple, solid-looking forms arranged in space. Giotto had more than any artist before him the ability to make his figures look solid. He manages to simplify them into large, comprehensible, apprehensible shapes, and it gives one a profound satisfaction to feel that one can grasp his figures so completely. He needs to make his figures more vividly credible because he wishes us to feel more intensely the human drama in which they are involved. Once we have, so to say, learnt Giotto's language, we can recognize him as one of the greatest masters of painted drama that has ever lived. How did Giotto evolve this very personal and original style? When he was a young man, he was born in Tuscany in about 1265. Florentine painting was really only a less polished form of Byzantine painting. It was flat, flowing, linear, based on traditional concepts which had changed very little for 500 years. For Giotto to break away from it and evolve this solid, space-conscious style was one of those feats of original creation that have occurred only 2 or 3 times in the history of art. When such drastic changes do take place, one can usually find certain points of departure, models, predecessors, but not with Giotto. We know absolutely nothing about him till the year 1305, when he decorated a small plain building in Padua, known as the Arena Chapel, and made it, to anyone who cares for painting, one of the holy places of the world. It was commissioned by a moneylender named Enrico Scrovegni, whose father had actually been imprisoned for usury, that is to say, for charging an extortionate rate of interest, because moderate rates of interest were unofficially countenanced. And it's one of the first instances of the new rich commissioning works of art as a kind of atonement, a practice that has benefited the world almost as much as vanity and self-indulgence. Here he is, perhaps the earliest painted portrait that is obviously a genuine likeness, presenting a model of his chapel to three angels, and for that reason placed among the blessed in the Last Judgment. Giotto is the supreme dramatist of human life in all its diversity. He can depict a scene like this, marriage at Cana, which is almost Chaucerian.
Amen dica sasine, iam satur de gramine, amen, amen itera, aspernare vetera, esirana
Behind the pots stands the pot-bellied host who tastes with astonishment the wine that has been created out of water. But Giotto is greatest when the human drama is greatest, as in the scene of the betrayal of the Garden of Gethsemane. What a marvelous invention that Judas should put his cloak round our Lord. Everything, heads, gestures, the explosive pattern of the spears, is a crescendo of feeling, tension, and violence. But he can also achieve the lyrical beauty of the Virgin's wedding procession. The tenderness of the Noli Me Tangere with its marvelously subtle relationship between the figures. And finally, the lamentation over Christ's dead body. It's a masterpiece of pictorial construction, a sort of model for high academic painting for 500 years. But this technical aspect is soon forgotten. Look at the gestures and the heads of the mourning women. They need no words from me. Although I think that Giotto was one of the supreme painters of the world, he has equals. But in the year of his birth, and in the same district, was born a man who is unequaled, the greatest philosophical poet that has ever lived, Dante. since they were contemporaries and compatriots, one feels that it should be possible to illustrate Dante by Giotto. They seem to have known each other, and Giotto may have painted Dante's portrait. In fact, their imaginations moved on very different planes. Giotto was above all interested in humanity. He sympathized with human beings, and his figures, by their very solidity, remain on earth. Well, of course, there is humanity in Dante. He lived in the thick of Florentine politics, and all the characters he had pitied or hated or admired appear in his poem, not only as representatives of good and evil, but with the vividness of real people. But Giotto lacked Dante's philosophic power and moral indignation, that heroic contempt for baseness that was to come again in Michelangelo. Above all, that vision of a heavenly order and the intellectual power to make it comprehensible. In a way, the poet and the painter stand at the junction of two worlds. Giotto belonged to the new world of solid realities, the world created by the bankers and merchants for whom he worked. Dante, as has often been observed, belonged to the earlier Gothic world, to the world of St. Thomas Aquinas and the great cathedrals. One isn't as close to Dante in the Arena Chapel as one is here in the Romanesque baptistry at Pisa. The pulpit by Niccolo Pisano was executed 5 years before Dante was born, and yet it has all his sense of horror, even some of the elements of the grotesque that come into the Inferno, combined with much that is derived from antiquity. And it has the same keen eye for truthful details, although, of course, we can no longer believe in these rather ridiculous monsters. Niccolo's son, Giovanni, about 15 years older than Dante and Giotto, and deeply influenced by the Gothic art of the North, seems to me perfectly to reflect the Dantesque spirit. Giovanni Pisano was one of the great tragic dramatists of sculpture. The pulpits he carved at Pisa and at nearby Pistoia depict a terrible world. Here is the grief-filled suffering of the massacre of the innocents.
And went away unknown. The languor that each he knows, the loss he find the priest thereof.
But Giovanni Pisano's feeling of tragic indignation was only one side of Dante. In the second half of his great poem, from the middle of the Purgatorio onwards, there are moments of disembodied bliss to which no artist of the time did justice. Nor were the painters of the 14th century ready to reflect Dante's feeling for light. Like all the heroes of this series, Dante thought of light as a symbol of civilized life. And in his poem he describes accurately and economically light in all its varying effects. The light of dawn, light on the sea, light on leaves in spring. But all these beautiful descriptions, which are the part of Dante that we like best, are only similes. They are introduced by the words as when. They are intended to illustrate and make comprehensible to our earthbound senses the vision of divine order and heavenly beauty. The men who made Florence the richest city in Europe, the bankers and wool merchants, the pious realists, lived in grim defensive houses strong enough to withstand party feuds and popular riots. They don't in any way foreshadow the extraordinary episode in the history of civilization known as the Renaissance. There seems to be no reason why suddenly out of the dark streets and forbidding stone facades there arose a building as light and delicate as the Patsy Chapel. By its rhythms and proportions and its open, welcoming character, it totally contradicts the dark Gothic style that preceded it and to some extent still surrounds it. What has happened? The answer is contained in one sentence by the old Greek philosopher Protagoras. Man is the measure of all things. The building in front of which I am standing, the Patsy Chapel, built in about 1430 by the great architect Brunellesco, has rightly been described as the architecture of humanism. His friend and fellow architect, Leon Battista Alberti, addressed man in these words: "To you is given a body more graceful than other animals, to you power of apt and various movements, to you most sharp and delicate senses, to you wit, reason, memory, like an immortal God." Well, it's certainly incorrect to say that we are more graceful than other animals, and we don't feel much like immortal gods at the moment. But in 1400, the Florentines did. There's no better instance of how a burst of civilization depends on confidence than the Florentine state of mind in the early 15th century.
Gloria in excelsis Deo.
Where did it come from, this light economical style, which is unlike anything before or since? I think that it really was the invention of an individual, of Brunellesco. But of course, an architectural style can't take root unless it satisfies some need of the time. And Brunellesco's style satisfied the need of the clear-headed, bright-minded men who appeared on the Florentine scene at the moment when the discipline of trade and banking, in its most austere form, was beginning to be relaxed. And life, the full use of the human faculties, became more important than making money. People sometimes feel disappointed the first time they see the famous beginnings of Renaissance architecture, the Pazzi Chapel, the old sacristy of San Lorenzo, because they seem so small. Well, so they are, after the great monuments of Romanesque and Gothic architecture. They don't try to impress us or crush us by size and weight, as all God-directed architecture does. Everything is adjusted to the scale of reasonable human necessity. They're intended to make each individual more conscious of his powers as a complete moral and intellectual being. The dignity of man. Today, those words die on our lips. But in 15th century Florence, their meaning was still fresh and invigorating. One of the second generation of humanists, named Manetti, wrote a book entitled On the Dignity and Excellence of Man. And this is the concept that Brunellesco's friends were making visible. The grandest of all these testimonies to the dignity of man is by Masaccio, in the series of frescoes he painted in the Church of the Carmine. Two of them represent the apostles Peter and Paul performing acts of mercy. As St. Peter moves gravely through the streets, his shadow cures the sick, including this noble old man, more like a bishop than a beggar. And in the balancing fresco, Peter and his disciples give alms to a poor woman who is one of the great sculptural creations in painting. What characters they are, morally and intellectually men of weight, the least frivolous of men, infinitely remote from the gay courtiers of Jean de Berry, who were only 30 years older. They have that air of contained vitality and confidence that one often finds in the founding fathers of a civilization. Those that come first to my mind are the Egyptians of the first four dynasties. The most famous group in the series represents the story of the tribute money. And the heads of the apostles seem to reflect the high seriousness of the Florentine Republic. It was directed by a group of the most intelligent individuals who have ever been elected to power by a democratic government. The Florentine chancellors were scholars, believers in the studia humanitatis, in which learning could be used to achieve a happy life, believers in the application of free intelligence to public affairs, believers above all in Florence. The second and greatest of these humanist chancellors, Leonardo Bruni, compared the civic virtues of Republican Florence with those of Republican Rome. Later, he went even further and compared it to Athens in the age of Pericles, which wasn't far wrong. As I've said before, all the great ages of civilization have seen themselves as part of history, both as heirs and as transmitters. And on Bruni's tomb in the Church of Santa Croce are inscribed the words, "History is in mourning." Bruni and his friends had derived these ideals from the authors of Greece and Rome. Now, much as one would like to say something new about the Renaissance, the old belief that it was largely based on the study of antique literature remains true. Of course, the Middle Ages derived much more from classical antiquity than used to be supposed, but their sources were limited, their texts corrupt, and their interpretations often fanciful. Almost the first man to read classical authors with real insight was the poet Petrarch, that complex figure of the 14th century, that false dawn of humanism, whose love of opposites, of fame and solitude, of nature and politics, of rhetoric and self-revelation, makes us think of him as the first modern man, until we begin to read his works. Petrarch never learned Greek, but his younger contemporary, Boccaccio, did, and so there entered into Florentine thought a new regenerative force and a new example. The first 30 years of the 15th century was the heroic age of scholarship, when unknown works by the greatest writers of antiquity, Tacitus, Plato, Cicero, and a dozen others, were discovered in monastic libraries, where they'd lain since they were copied in the Dark Ages. And it was to house these precious texts, any one of which might contain some new revelation, that Cosimo de' Medici built the Library of San Marco. It looks to us peaceful and remote, but the first studies that took place there were not remote from life at all. It was the humanist equivalent of the Cavendish laboratory. The manuscripts unpacked and studied under these harmonious vaults could alter the course of history with an explosion not of matter, but of mind. Next to the Pazzi Chapel are the cloisters of Santa Croce, also built by Brunellesco some years later. I said that the Gothic cathedrals were hymns to divine light. These cloisters, with their round arches, running races in their mirth, happily celebrate the light of human intelligence. And sitting in them, I found it quite easy to believe in man. When I first came here nearly 50 years ago, I felt this is my true center. Well, twice it seemed that they were lost. Once at the end of the German occupation, and once when the floods came and there were fishes swimming where my feet are in the ambulatory. But so far, the forces of destruction have been defeated. Clarity, economy, elegance. These are the qualities that give distinction to a mathematical theory. And no doubt early Renaissance architecture is based on a passion for mathematics, particularly for geometry. Of course, Gothic architects are designed on a geometrical basis, but it had been of immense complexity, as elaborate and as logical as scholastic philosophy. Nothing could be more geometrical than the Florentine baptistry, which is one of the earliest buildings in the city. But the Renaissance added to this tradition of design all sorts of philosophical notions, including the idea that these forms must be applicable to the human body, that each, so to say, guaranteed the perfection of the other. There are dozens of drawings and engravings to demonstrate this proposition, of which the most famous is by Leonardo da Vinci. Mathematically, I'm afraid it's really a cheat, but aesthetically it has some meaning, because the symmetry of the human body and the relation of one part of it to another do influence our sense of normal proportion. And philosophically, it contains the germ of an idea which might save us, if we could really believe it, that through proportion we can reconcile the two parts of our being, the physical and the intellectual. The same approach was applied to painting in the system known as perspective, by which it was thought that by mathematical calculation one could render on a flat surface the precise position of a figure in space. And this, too, seems to have been invented by Brunellesco. But we can see it best in the works of his two friends, Ghiberti and Donatello, whose low-relief sculpture is really a kind of painting. Ghiberti's Jacob and Esau on the famous baptistry doors shows perspective used to achieve a spatial harmony that has almost a musical effect. Donatello's relief of St. Anthony of Padua curing a boy's leg shows the other use of perspective, to heighten emotion by a more intense awareness of space. I don't know why, I always feel there's something alarming about an empty amphitheatre, which suits the drama of this particular subject. The Florentines were extremely proud of this invention, which they thought, wrongly as it turned out, was unknown to antiquity. But has it anything to do with civilization? Well, when it was first invented, I think it had. The belief that one could represent man in a real setting and calculate his position and arrange figures in a demonstrably harmonious order. This belief expressed, symbolically, a new idea about man's place in the scheme of things and man's control over his own destiny. As an aid to realism, perspective is of no importance. The realistic painters of Flanders got on very well without it. But as a symbol, it means something. And it's as a symbol that it passes into the decorative arts of the early Renaissance. And one finds it as the principal theme of those wooden inlays in panelled rooms or choir stalls, which are a repertoire of Renaissance symbolism. Perspective was concerned with the representation of towns, if only because it was by the paved floor and receding arcade that the system could be shown to advantage. And in the 15th century, painters did a number of pictures of ideal towns which are both architectural harmonies and the perfect setting for social man. Alberti describes in his great book on building the necessity of a public square, where young men may be diverted from the mischievousness and folly natural to their age, and under handsome porticos, old men may spend the heat of the day and be mutually serviceable to one another. I think that Piero della Francesca, who derived so much from Alberti, may well have had this and similar passages in mind when he painted this, the most harmonious of all ideal cities. The early Florentine Renaissance was an urban culture, bourgeois, properly so called. Men spent their time in the streets and squares, and in the shops. A good Florentine, says one of their moralists, sta sempre a bottega, is always in the shop. And these shops were completely public. You can see in this engraving how a craftsman's workshop was open to the street, so that passers-by could see what was being done and rival artists make scathing comments. The Renaissance historian of art, Vasari, when he asked himself why it was in Florence more than elsewhere that men became perfect in the arts, gave as his first answer the spirit of criticism, the air of Florence making minds naturally free and not content with mediocrity. And this harsh, outspoken criticism meant that there was no gap of incomprehension between the intelligent patron and the artist. Our contemporary attitude of pretending to understand works of art in order not to appear Philistines would have seemed absurd to the Florentines. They are a tough lot. Many people since Bruni in 1428 have compared them with the Athenians, but the Florentines were more realistic. Whereas the Athenians loved philosophical argument, the Florentines were chiefly interested in making money and playing appalling practical jokes on stupid men. However, they had a good deal in common with the Greeks. They were curious, they were extremely intelligent, and they had, to a supreme degree, the power of making their thoughts visible. I hesitate to pronounce the much abused word beauty, but I can't think of a substitute. Like the Athenians, the Florentines loved beauty. This is a constant source of surprise to anyone who knows them. But as Walter Pater said of Michelangelo, out of the strong came forth sweetness. Donatello paid an even more direct tribute to the antique concept of beauty in his bronze David. The body is almost disturbingly physical, and the head is derived from that of the great male beauty of the ancient world, the Emperor Hadrian's beloved, Antinous, although with a sharper Florentine accent that makes it far more attractive. Donatello's David stands in the hall of the Bargello, once a court of justice and a prison, now a museum, but still quite a good place to get the flavor of 15th century Florence, because it not only contains great works of the Florentine imagination, like the David, but also the portraits of famous Florentines. There were a few likenesses of individuals in the 14th century, Dante, Petrarch, Charles V of France, Jean de Berry, but they were exceptional. As a rule, medieval people were presented to the eye as figures that symbolized their status. The painter of the Spanish chapel in Santa Maria Novella, although he included so much lively detail, made his popes, kings, and bishops into stereotypes. Their status would have been recognized all over the Gothic world. But these proudly individual characters wished to record for posterity exactly what they were like. In fact, many of these busts are done from actual death masks, which even great artists like Donatello didn't hesitate to incorporate in their work. Of course, this bronze relief isn't at all a death mask. It's the self-portrait of that character who so often flits in and out of the program, the architect and universal man, Leon Battista Alberti. What a face! Proud and alert, like a willful, intelligent racehorse. Among other things, Alberti wrote an autobiography, and as we should expect, he is not inhibited by false modesty. He tells us how the strongest horses trembled under him, how he could throw further and jump higher and work harder than any man. He describes how he conquered every weakness because a man can do all things if he will. It was the motto of the early Renaissance. And it's reflected in the heads of Renaissance heroes as they have come down to us in their memorials, in Donatello's Gattamelata in Padua. Of course, these heads are so much idealized as to be, in our sense, scarcely portraits at all. Realistic portraiture, the use of the accidents of each individual face to reveal inner life, wasn't a Florentine or even an Italian invention. It was invented in Flanders and came to an immediate perfection in the work of Jan van Eyck. No one has looked at the human face with a more dispassionate eye and recorded his findings with a more delicate hand. But in fact, many of his sitters were Italians. Albergati, the cardinal who employed Alberti as secretary, and Arnolfini, a member of the international world of the wool trade, banking, papal diplomacy. And perhaps it was only in such a society that these evolved and subtle characters could have accepted the revelation of their personalities. Van Eyck's exploration of personality extended beyond the face. He shows people in their setting and lovingly records the details of Arnolfini's daily life, his wooden patterns for walking in the muddy streets of Bruges, his little dog of nameless breed, his wife's elaborate sleeve, his own fur-lined cloak and convex mirror, and above all, his splendid brass chandelier. And by a miracle that defies the laws of art history, he was able to show them to us enveloped in daylight, as real as if it had been observed by Vermeer of Delft. This sensibility to atmosphere the Florentines never attempted. They were a sculpture-minded people. But in their portrait busts, they came to achieve an almost Flemish realism. How like these Florentine worthies are to the confident faces that we see in Victorian photographs. This is the professional man, a doctor, his face lined with the wisdom of experience. In fact, he was Donatello's doctor and saved his life. And this is a businessman called Pietro Mellini. A character in one of Alberti's dialogues says, "A man cannot set his hand to more liberal work than making money. For what we sell is our labor. The goods are merely transferred." Yes, that was really written in 1434, not in 1850. And contrariwise, if you dressed Mellini in 19th century clothes, he would look perfectly convincing. But this atmosphere of liberal materialism is less than half the story. After the middle of the 15th century, the intellectual life of Florence took a new direction, very different from the robust civic humanism of the 1430s. Florence had ceased to be a republic in anything but name, and for almost 30 years it was virtually ruled by that extraordinary character, Lorenzo de' Medici. His father and grandfather had prepared the way for him by their activities as bankers. He himself was no financier. He lost a great part of the family fortune. But he was a politician of genius who could distinguish between the reality of power and its outward trappings. The frontispiece of his book of poems shows him in the streets of Florence, dressed as a simple citizen, surrounded by girls who are singing his ballads. What a contrast is this modest printed page to the rich manuscripts of the Duke of Berry. In fact, Lorenzo was a good poet and a most admirable patron of other poets, also of scholars and philosophers, but he wasn't much interested in the visual arts, and the paintings by which his period is remembered were commissioned by his cousin Lorenzino. And it was for Lorenzino that Botticelli painted the works in which the Florentine sense of beauty appears in its most evolved and peculiar form, the Spring and the Birth of Venus. In the earlier of them, the Spring, the subject is derived from Ovid, but this classical inspiration is given a new complexity by memories of the Middle Ages. The pagan divinities sway before a background of leaves like a Gothic tapestry. What a marvelous feat of the imagination. As for the heads, they're a discovery of beauty that means much more to us than the full, smooth oval of antiquity.
Ecco la primavera che il cor fa rallegrare, tempe da innamorare e star con lieta cera, nove già l'aria e tempo che pur chiama allegrezza. In questo vago tempo ogni cosa ha vaghezza. L'erbe con grande freschezza e fior coprono i prati e gli arbori adornati sono in simil maniera. Nove già l'aria e tempo che pur chiama allegrezza. In questo vago tempo ogni cosa ha vaghezza.
The subject of Botticelli's other great allegory, The Birth of Venus, is taken from a contemporary poet, Poliziano. Poliziano was part of a group of subtle Florentines who were inspired by the late Greek philosophers known as Neoplatonists. And it was their hope they might reconcile these pagan philosophers with Christianity. And so Botticelli's Venus, not at all the amorous strumpet of paganism, is pale and withdrawn and dissolves into his image of the Virgin Mary. The discovery of the individual was made in early 15th century Florence. Nothing can alter that fact. But in the last quarter of the century, the Renaissance owed quite as much to the small courts of northern Italy, Ferrara, Mantua, and above all Urbino, this small and rather remote town on the eastern perimeter of the Apennines. It could be argued that life in the court of Urbino was one of the high watermarks of Western civilization. And the reason is that this court and its dominions were protected from the surrounding ruffians by Federigo Montefeltro, the first Duke of Urbino, the greatest general of his day, who was also a humane and intelligent man. And the town itself, with its soft pink bricks, so different from the harsh stones of Florence, seems to reflect the same feeling of humanity. It's small enough for a good ruler to know all the inhabitants and listen to their troubles, which in fact is exactly what Duke Federigo did. His palace began as a fortress built on an impregnable rock, and only when he'd fought his way to security could he afford to give it the sweet and delicate details which make it one of the most beautiful pieces of architecture in the world. The Palace of Urbino has a style of its own. The arcaded courtyard, where I'm standing now, isn't speedy and springy like Brunellesco's cloister, but calm and timeless. And the rooms are light and airy, and so perfectly proportioned that it exhilarates one to walk through them. In fact, I think the interior is the most beautiful in the world, and the only palace that I can go round without feeling oppressed and exhausted. Curiously enough, we don't know the name of the architect who's responsible for this masterpiece. A famous fortress builder named Lorana did the substructure, but he left Urbino long before the lived-in part of the palace was begun. But the painter Piero della Francesca was there at exactly the date when it was being decorated, and personally I believe that he was responsible for its style. The architecture in this picture by Piero, which is in Urbino, shows exactly the same kind of delicate detail that one finds round the doors and windows of the palace, and it was painted, 10 years earlier. However, I think that the noble proportions and the whole sense of space must reflect the character of the Duke himself. His biographer, named Vespasiano di Bistici, refers again and again to the Duke's humanity. He asked the Duke, what is necessary in ruling a kingdom? The Duke replied, essere umano, to be human. Whoever invented the style, this is the spirit that permeates the Palace of Urbino. As a part of civilization, the Palace of Urbino extended beyond the 15th century. The great architect of the High Renaissance, Bramante, was a native of Urbino, may even have worked in the palace when it was being completed. The court painter was a silly old creature named Giovanni Santi, the sort of obliging mediocrity who was always welcome in courts, even in the court of Urbino. No doubt the ladies, when they were in need of a design for embroidery, used to say, let's send for dear old Mr. Santi. And when he came, he brought with him his beautiful little son, Raffaello. And so Raphael, one of the civilizing forces of the Western imagination, found his earliest impressions of harmony and proportion and good manners in the court of Urbino. Good manners. That was another product of Urbino. In common with other Italian courts, Ferrara and Mantua, young men went there to finish their education. They learned to read the classics, to walk gracefully, speak quietly, play games without cheating or kicking each other on the shins. In short, to behave like gentlemen. Under Federigo's son and successor, Guidobaldo, the notion of a gentleman was given classic expression in a book called Il Cortigiano, The Courtier, by Baldassare Castiglione. It had an immense influence. The Emperor Charles V had only 3 books beside his bed: the Bible, Machiavelli's Prince, and Castiglione's Courtier. For over 100 years, it formed everybody's notion of good manners. Actually, it's very much more than a handbook of polite behavior, because Castiglione's ideal of a gentleman is based on real human values. He mustn't hurt people's feelings or make them feel inferior by showing off. He must be easy and natural, just as Castiglione himself appears to be in his portrait by Raphael. And he mustn't be a mere worldling. The Cortigiano ends with a moving discourse on the subject of love. Just as Botticelli's Spring unites the tapestry world of the Middle Ages with pagan mythology, so Castiglione's Courtier unites the medieval concept of chivalry with the ideal love of Plato. There's no doubt that the court of Urbino, under both Federigo and Guidobaldo, was a high point in the history of civilization. And the same is true, in a lesser degree, of the court of Mantua. The palace of Mantua lacks the exhilarating lightness and lucidity of the palace of Urbino, but it contains one room in which, more than anywhere else perhaps, one can get an idea of civilized life in an Italian court. It's the room decorated by the court painter Andrea Mantegna. Birds and cherubs and people look down from an imaginary hole in the roof, and you use perspective. Then come painted busts of Roman emperors, but the scene below isn't at all archaeological. It shows the Gonzaga family as large as life. Also their dogs. Their courtiers, their old retainers, and one of their celebrated dwarfs. In spite of the formidable frontality of the Marchioness, the spirit of the whole group is extremely natural. The little girl asks if she may eat an apple, but her mother is interested to know what news the Marquis has just received from his secretary, and in fact it is good news that their son has been made a cardinal. And in another scene, the Marquis goes to greet him, accompanied by his dogs and his younger sons. What an agreeably informal reception. One of the younger children holds his hand, and the little boy takes the hand of his elder brother. It's still without the odious pomposity that was to grow up in Europe during the next century and reach its zenith at Versailles. I'm bound to say that even Mantegna has not been able to make the newly created cardinal look like a very spiritual type, which reminds one of the obvious fact that this kind of social organization depended entirely on the individual characters of the rulers. In one state is Sigismondo Malatesta, the wolf of Rimini, who did things that even the most advanced theatrical producer would hesitate to put on the stage. In the neighboring state, Federico Montefeltro, the God-fearing father of his people, and yet both of them employed Alberti, and both were painted by Piero della Francesca. Federico was a lover of books, who made the Palace of Urbino into one of the finest libraries in Italy. But when he read them, he left his armor on, and he needed to. This was one of the weaknesses of Renaissance civilization. And the other, no less obviously, was that it depended on a very small minority. Even in Republican Florence, the Renaissance touched relatively few people. And in places like Urbino and Mantua, it was practically confined to the court. This is contrary to our modern sense of equality. But one can't help wondering how far civilization would have evolved if it had been entirely dependent on the popular will. W.B. Yeats actually used the example of Urbino when he addressed a poem to a wealthy man who promised a subscription to the Dublin Gallery if it were proved that the people wanted pictures. He said, and Guidobaldo, when he made that mirror school of courtesy where wit and beauty learnt their trade upon Urbino's windy hill, had sent no runners to and fro that he might learn the shepherd's will. One may not like courts, I don't much like them myself. But at a certain stage, it's only in a court that a man may do something extravagant for its own sake, because he wants to, because it seems worth doing, something like the extraordinary wooden inlays in this study. And it's sometimes through such willful, superfluous actions that men discover their powers. All the same, as one walks through these splendidly extravagant rooms, one can't help thinking, what about the people in the fields? All those shepherds who Mr. Yeats rightly supposed that Guidobaldo did not consult on matters of taste and good manners. Could they not have had a kind of civilization of their own? Well, there is such a thing as a civilized countryside. Looking at the Umbrian landscape with its terraces of vines and olives, and the dark vertical accents of the cypresses, one has the impression of timeless order. There must have been a time when it was all forest and swamp, shapeless, formless. And to bring order out of chaos is a process of civilization. But of this timeless rustic civilization we have no record beyond the farmhouses themselves, whose noble proportions seem to be the basis of Italian architecture. And when Renaissance artists looked at the countryside, it was not as a place of ploughing and digging, but as a kind of earthly paradise. This is how it appears in the first evolved landscape in European painting, the background of Van Eyck's Adoration of the Lamb. The foreground is painted with a medieval sharpness of detail, but our eye, passing over the towers and dense greenery of laurels and palms, floats into a gleaming distance. Already, awareness of nature is associated with the desire to escape and the hope of a better life. And such it remained in the work of Giovanni Bellini, the founder of Venetian painting, who first used his backgrounds to create a mood in which the action or story of the picture can be more vividly felt. Bellini was a religious painter. His landscapes intensified the traditional subjects of Christianity. His pupil, Giorgione, was to extend the humanization of landscape to contemporary life. And in this picture, he has discovered, or I suppose one should say rediscovered, one of the comforting illusions of civilized man, the myth of Arcadia. Of course, it is only a myth. Country life isn't at all like this. And even on a picnic, ants attack the sandwiches and wasps buzz round the wine glass. But Giorgione has shown us how fundamentally pagan it is. This Arcadia is as much a tribute to antiquity as were the republican virtues of the Florentine humanists, and as much part of the rediscovery of man, but in his sensual rather than his intellectual nature. With Giorgione's picnic, the balance and enjoyment of our human faculties seems to achieve perfection. But in history, all points of supposed perfection have a hint of menace, and Giorgione himself discovers it in that mysterious picture known as the Tempesta. What on earth is going on? What is the meaning of this half-naked woman suckling a baby, this flash of lightning, this broken column? Nobody knows. Nobody has ever known. It was described in Giorgione's own time as a soda and a gypsy. Well, whatever it means, it certainly doesn't show any confidence in the light of human reason. A man can do all things if he will. How naive Alberti's statement seems when one thinks of that great bundle of fears and memories that every individual carries around with him, to say nothing of the external forces which are totally beyond his control. Giorgione, the passionate lover of physical beauty, painted this picture of an old woman and inscribed it col tempo, with time. One can see that she must once have been a beauty. It's one of the first masterpieces of a new pessimism, new because without the comfort of religion, that was to be given final expression by Hamlet. The truth is, I suppose, that the civilization of the early Renaissance was not broadly enough based. The few had gone too far away from the many, not only in knowledge and intelligence, this they always do, but in basic assumptions. When the first two generations of humanists were dead, their movement had no real weight behind it. And there was a reaction away from the human scale of values. Fortunately, they left in sculpture, painting, and architecture their message to every generation that values reason, clarity, and harmonious proportion, and believes in the individual. scene has changed from Florence to Rome, from the city of hard heads, sharp wits, light feet, graceful movement, to a city of weight, a city that is like a huge compost heap of human hopes and ambitions. A wilderness of imperial splendor, despoiled of its ornament, almost indecipherable. Only one bronze emperor, Marcus Aurelius, who was above ground in the sunshine throughout the centuries. And as you see, the scale has changed. This is part of the courtyard of the Vatican, at the end of which the architect Bramante has built a sun trap known as the Belvedere, from which the Pope could enjoy a view of the ancient city. And it's in the form of a niche. But instead of being designed to hold a life-size statue, as it would have been 50 years earlier, it is enormous. In fact, it has always been known as Il Nicchione, the monster niche. It's the outward and visible sign of a great change that overcame the civilization of the Renaissance in about the year 1500. This is no longer a world of free and active men, but a world of giants and heroes. A world of giants. This bronze pine cone, and it really is a big pine cone, came from that earlier world of giants, antiquity. It was supposed to have been the point at which the chariots turned in their races round the hippodrome. And since in that hippodrome many Christian martyrs were put to death, it was here that the Christian church elected to make its headquarters. Huge, cloudy concepts compared to the sharp focus of Florence. But in Rome, they weren't so cloudy after all, because the huge buildings of antiquity were there. Very much more of them than we have today. Even after 3 centuries in which they were used as quarries, and in which our sense of scale has expanded, they still are surprisingly big. In the Middle Ages, men had been crushed by this gigantic scale. They said that these buildings must have been the work of demons, or at best they treated them simply as natural phenomena, like mountains, and built their huts in them, as who should take advantage of a ravine or sheltering escarpment. Rome was a city of cowherds and stray goats, in which nothing was built except a few fortified towers from which the ancient families carried out their pointless and interminable feuds. Literally interminable, because they're still quarreling today. But by 1500, the Romans had come to realize that these mountainous ruins had been built by men. The lively, intelligent individuals who created the Renaissance, bursting with vitality and confidence, they weren't in a mood to be crushed by antiquity. They meant to absorb it, to equal it, to master it. They were going to produce their own race of giants and heroes. The scene has changed to Rome also for political reasons. After years of exile and adversity, the sovereign pontiff has returned to his seat of temporal power. Temporal power that meant so much to the popes of the 16th century, but of course are completely abandoned today. Now the Pope is solely a religious leader.
dal recente conflitto nel Medio Oriente e nel mondo.
In what is commonly described as the decadence of the papacy, the popes were unusually able men who used their international contacts, their great civil service, their increasing wealth in the interests of civilization. And even Sixtus IV, who was as brutal and cunning as he looks, founded the Vatican Library and made the great humanist Plotina its first prefect. And here we see, for the first time, the splendid head of the young cardinal who, more than any man, was destined to give the High Renaissance its heroic direction, Giuliano della Rovere. What a lion he looks compared to the donkeys of the papal secretariat. And when he became Julius II, he was able, by magnanimity and strength of will, to inspire and bully three men of genius, Bramante, Michelangelo, and Raphael. This program is about a few individuals of genius. And two of them, Michelangelo and Raphael, were, to some extent, the creation of Julius. Without him, Michelangelo would not have painted the Sistine ceiling, nor would Raphael have decorated the papal apartments. And so we should have been without two of the greatest visible expressions of spiritual power and humanist philosophy. Well, this splendidly over life-size character conceived a project so audacious, so extravagant, that to this day the very thought of it makes me feel slightly jumpy. He decided to pull down old St. Peter's. It was one of the largest and most ancient churches in the world, certainly the most venerable, because it stood on the place where St. Peter was supposed to have been martyred. Julius decided to pull it down and put in its place something even larger and more splendid. In his thoughts for the new building, he was influenced by two Renaissance ideals. It must be based on perfect forms, the square and the circle, and it must be on a scale that surpassed even the grandiose ruins of antiquity. And he called on Bramante to provide a plan. He didn't get very far with it. You know, great movements in the arts, like revolutions, don't last for more than about 15 years. After that, the flame dies down. The people prefer a cozier glow. Julius II was Pope for only 10 years. St. Peter's wasn't completed till almost a century after his death. But the first step in this visible alliance between Christianity and antiquity was taken when Julius decided to pull down the old basilica and rebuild it in rivalry with the enormous remains of Roman architecture. In the 15th century, Greco-Roman sculpture had become a shining, almost inaccessible model to the more adventurous artists, and collectors had begun to compete for fine examples. The greatest prize in the papal collection was the Apollo of the Belvedere, an ideal of godlike beauty. But for some time, these discoveries didn't influence their mental picture of antiquity. As they read the ancient authors with passionate attention, they wrote to each other in Latin, but although their minds were full of antique literature, their imaginations remained entirely Gothic. When the average painter set out to depict a scene of ancient history or legend, as in this picture of the Rape of Helen, he did so in the costume of his own time, with dainty, fantastical movements which show not the slightest consciousness of the physical weight and the flowing rhythms of antiquity. Well, these are not ancient Greeks, but 15th century Florentines. And the funny thing is that the humanists, who took such trouble about the text of an author like Livy, accepted a picture like this of the death of Julius Caesar as a correct representation of the event. And as long as there was this rather comical discrepancy between the written word and the image, antiquity couldn't exert its humanizing power on the imagination. I suppose that the first occasion in which the dream of antiquity is given a more or less accurate visible form is the series of decorations representing the triumph of Caesar, done for the court of Mantua by Mantegna in about 1480. It's a piece of romantic archaeology. Mantegna has rummaged passionately in the ruins of ancient Roman towns to find evidence for the shape of every vase or of a Roman trumpet. But he has subordinated all his antiquarian knowledge to a superb feeling for the drive and discipline of Rome. I said that the gigantic and the heroic spirit of the High Renaissance belongs to Rome, and it's true. But there was a sort of prelude in Florence. The Medici, who had been the rulers of Florence for the last 60 years, had been kicked out in 1494, and the Florentines had established a republic. They made speeches full of the noble puritanical sentiments which pre-Marxist revolutionaries used to dig up out of Plutarch and Livy, and to symbolize their convictions, they re-erected two statues by Donatello, the Lion of the Republic called the Marzocco, and Judith the Tyrant Slayer, two figures belonging to an earlier period of Florentine liberty. And the City Fathers also commissioned various works of art on heroico-patriotic themes, and one of them was a gigantic figure of David, the free, pure-hearted youth who had killed the giant of corruption. And the commission was given to an alarming young man who had just returned from Rome to his native city, Michelangelo. Only 25 years separate this marble hero from the dapper little figure which had been the last word in Medician elegance, the David of Verrocchio, and you see there really has been a turning point in the human spirit. The Verrocchio is light, nimble, smiling, and clothed. The Michelangelo, this is the original, the one you saw on the piazza with a copy, the Michelangelo is vast, defiant, nude. It's rather the same progression that we'll see again in music between Mozart's Figaro and Beethoven's Fidelio. What a man. Everyone who met Michelangelo recognized that he had an unequaled power of mind and skill of hand. Even as a boy, his spiritual energy terrified people. Personally, I believe that this small figure, which he carved in Bologna when he was under 20, is a self-portrait. And it shows that he never changed, except that he grew sadder like the rest of us. It has the indignant singleness of purpose that alarms ordinary, accommodating citizens. And in a way, his art never changed. This relief of a battle is certainly one of his earliest works, and already one sees the same expressive poses that reappear on the Sistine ceiling, even in the Last Judgment. It's inspired by a Greco-Roman relief. Antique art was always to Michelangelo a kind of quarry from which he dug out his ideas of form. But of course, it's still rather a rough version of antiquity, and when he went to Rome, he was able to make much more finished versions of antique sculpture, some that were actually passed off as originals. This one even achieves some of the unpleasant smoothness of a Roman copy. But when he returned to Florence, he was able to charge this worn-out style with his own vigor and potency. Seen by itself, the David's body might be some unusually taut and vivid work of antiquity. It's only when we come to the head that we're aware of a spiritual force that the ancient world had never known. I suppose that this quality, which I've called heroic, isn't a part of most people's idea of civilization. It involves a contempt for convenience and a sacrifice of all those pleasures that contribute to what we usually call civilized life. It's the enemy of happiness. And yet, we recognize that to despise material obstacles and even to defy the blind forces of fate is man's supreme achievement. And after all, we see that he's expressed this by the body no less than by the head, by this living cage of ribs, by those tense architectural muscles of the pelvis. Above all, by this huge Florentine hand, so far from the antique tradition of ideal beauty. And since, in the end, civilization depends on man extending his powers of mind and spirit to the utmost, we must reckon the appearance of Michelangelo's David as one of the great events in the history of Western man. And this brings us back to Rome and to the terrible Pope. In fact, I'm sitting in the papal garden in the Vatican. Julius II wasn't only ambitious for the Catholic Church, he was ambitious for Julius II. And in his new temple, he planned to erect the most grandiose tomb of any ruler since the time of Hadrian. It was a staggering example of superbia, what we call megalomania. And Michelangelo at that time wasn't without the same characteristic. I needn't go into the question of why the tomb was never built. There was a quarrel. Heroes don't easily tolerate the company of other heroes. Nor does it matter to us what the tomb was going to look like. All that matters is that some of the figures made for it survive, and they are something new to the European spirit, something that neither antiquity nor the great civilizations of India and China had ever dreamt of. As a matter of fact, the two most finished of them were derived from antiques. But Michelangelo has given them a complex inner life that was almost unknown in antiquity. And he has made them convey their emotional conflicts by the action of their bodies. They're conceived as captives, bound captives. One of them struggling to be free from what? From mortality, from the weight of his muscle-bound body, derived, as we know, from a Roman figure of a boxer, and the other sensuously resigned, half in love with easeful death. Michelangelo had in mind a Greek figure of the dying son of Niobe. These two are carved in the round, but the others, assuming they were part of the same set, are unfinished. Their bodies emerge from the marble with the kind of premonitory rumbling that one gets in the Ninth Symphony, and then sink back into it. To some extent, the rough marble is like shadow in a Rembrandt, a means of concentrating on the parts that are felt most intensely. But it also seems to imprison the figures. In fact, they're always known as the prisoners, although there's no sign of bonds or shackles. As with the finished captives, one feels that they express Michelangelo's deepest preoccupation, the struggle of the soul to free itself from matter. I'm standing in the Sistine Chapel, and above my head is one of the greatest works of man, Michelangelo's ceiling. People sometimes wonder why the Italian Renaissance didn't make more of a contribution to philosophy. The answer is that the most profound thought at the time wasn't expressed in language, but in painting, just as in the early 18th century it was expressed through music. And of this truism, the chief example is Michelangelo's ceiling. We owe it to Julius II. Ever since Michelangelo's earliest biography, the Pope has been blamed for diverting his energies from the tomb on which he'd set his heart and putting him to work on the painting of the Sistine ceiling. It was even said to be a plot devised by his enemies. Well, I think it was a stroke of inspiration. The original project of the tomb included almost 40 marble figures, over life size. How could Michelangelo ever have done it? It's true that he carved marble faster than any mason, but even with his heroic energy, the tomb would have taken him 20 years, during which time his mind was changing and developing. And the very fact that in the ceiling he decided to depict scenes, not simply to concentrate on single figures, allowed him a range of experience which would hardly have been possible in the more concentrated medium of sculpture. Look at this woman holding her child in front of her, and these piled up men looking across the flooded landscape. And this wretched woman lying there in misery, abandoned. All these show a human side of Michelangelo, which will scarcely appear again. The ceiling also allowed him to express his thoughts about the divine plan. But were they his thoughts? You know, in most philosophical paintings of the Renaissance, the ideas were suggested by poets and theologians. But in one of Michelangelo's letters, he says that the Pope had told him to paint what he liked. So I suppose that the subject of the ceiling was largely his own idea. And perhaps this is one of the reasons why it's so difficult to interpret. It's an extremely complex work. Viewed from the ground, there's an acute physical difficulty in concentrating long enough to relate the scenes and the individual figures to each other. Some scenes are clear, the contrast between the confident, sensual twist of Eve's body before the fall and the huddled, desperate animal after. As for the general scheme, I think at least one thing is certain. The Sistine ceiling passionately asserts the unity of man's body, mind, and spirit. You can admire the ceiling from the point of view of the body, as 19th century critics used to do, who looked first at the so-called athletes, or from the point of view of the mind, as one does when one looks at those great embodiments of intellectual energy, the prophets and sibyls. But when one looks at the sequence of stories from Genesis, I think one feels that Michelangelo was chiefly concerned with the spirit. As narrative, they begin with the creation and end with the drunkenness of Noah. But Michelangelo compels us to read them in reverse order. And indeed, they were painted in the reverse order. Over our head as we enter the chapel is the figure of Noah, where the body has taken complete possession. At the other end, over the altar, is the Almighty dividing light from darkness, in which the body is being completely transformed into a symbol of the spirit, and even the head, with its too evident human associations, has become indistinct. In between these scenes comes the central episode, the creation of man. It's one of those rare works which are both supremely great and wholly accessible, even to those who don't normally respond to works of art. Its meaning is clear and impressive at first sight, and yet the longer one knows it, the deeper it strikes. Man, with a body of unprecedented splendor, is reclining on the ground in the pose of all those river gods and wine gods of the ancient world who belonged to the earth and did not aspire to leave it. He stretches out his hand so that it almost touches the hand of God, and an electric charge seems to pass between their fingers. Out of this glorious physical specimen, God has created a human soul. Behind the Almighty, in the crook of his arm, is the figure of Eve, already in the Creator's thoughts, and already one feels a potential source of trouble. It's possible, I think, to interpret the whole of the Sistine ceiling as a poem on the subject of creation, that godlike gift which so much occupied the thoughts of Renaissance man. After God has brought Adam to life, come those scenes of the Almighty in the act of creation, which form a sort of crescendo. The movement accelerates from one scene to the next. First of all, God dividing the waters from the earth, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. I don't know why these words give one such a feeling of peace, but they do. And Michelangelo has conveyed it by a tranquil movement, a gesture of benediction. Then in the next scene, the creation of the sun and moon, he doesn't bless or evoke, but commands, as if dealing with these fiery elements required all his authority and speed. And to the left, he switches off the scene to create the planets. Finally, we're back at the separation of light and darkness. Of the rare attempts of finite man to set down an image of infinite energy, this seems to me the most convincing. One might even say the most realistic, because photographs of the formation of stellar nuclei show very much the same swirling movement. Michelangelo's power of prophetic insight gives one the feeling that he belongs to every epoch, most of all, perhaps, to the epoch of the great Romantics, of which we are still the almost bankrupt heirs. It's the quality that distinguishes him most sharply from his brilliant rival, the second hero of this program, Raphael. Raphael was above all a man of his age. Even in his early work, still painted in the clear, self-contained style of the 15th century, he's begun to absorb and harmonize all that was being felt or thought by the finest spirits of his time. He is the supreme harmonizer. That's why he's out of favor today. One couldn't write a bestseller about Raphael. I suppose one must allow that, as works of art, Raphael's frescoes aren't all that easy to enjoy. Even in the 18th century, when Raphael stood at the summit of an established Olympus, Sir Joshua Reynolds warned young artists not to be disappointed by their first visit to the Stanze, but to go on looking and looking till finally they understood the restrained but perfectly balanced language in which he expresses his ideas. I've tried to follow his advice over the last 40 years, and I promise you, it's been worth the effort. Raphael came from Urbino, where his father was court painter. And it's reasonable to suppose that he was introduced to the papal service by his compatriot, Bramante, who was not only the architect of the new St. Peter's, but seems to have been on relatively intimate terms with Julius II. At the time, Raphael was 27. He'd only once tried his hand at mural painting. He'd shown no evidence at all that he could cope pictorially with great ideas, and yet Julius had the insight to commission this young man to decorate the library and study which was to be the center of the Pope's life, where he was to meditate on theology, decide on action. The decorations must, in some sense, project and harmonize his thoughts. No doubt Raphael had passed much of his boyhood in Urbino in the Paris Library, where paintings of poets and philosophers and theologians were placed above the shelves containing their books. And when he came to decorate what in effect was a branch of the papal library, he determined to carry the same idea further. He would not only portray the figures whose books were on the shelves below, he would relate them to each other and to the whole discipline of which they formed a part. He must have had advice from the learned, cultivated men who made up about a third of the papal curia, but that sublime company wasn't assembled by a committee. It represents human reason. It's always known as the School of Athens, and on the opposite wall is divine reason, known for some reason as the Disputa. On the subsidiary wall, the window wall, is poetic inspiration, Apollo and the Muses, known as the Parnassus. Everything in the groups is thought out. For example, of the two central figures in the School of Athens, Plato, the idealist, is on the left, and he points upwards to divine inspiration. And beyond him, to the left, are the philosophers who appeal to intuition and to the emotions. We recognize Socrates, but many of the others can't be identified. We can be certain only that these noble human beings are passionately engaged in a search for truth. To the right is Aristotle, the man of good sense, holding out a moderating hand, and beside him are the representatives of rational activities, logic, grammar, and geometry. Curiously enough, Raphael has put his own portrait in this group, next to a bearded philosopher who seems to be an ideal portrait of Leonardo da Vinci, perhaps intended to represent Pythagoras. And below them is a group of beautiful young men looking over the shoulder of a bald-headed geometer, Euclid, I suppose. He is certainly a portrait of Bramante. And it's fitting that he should be there because the noble piece of architecture in which these representatives of human reason are assembled must, I think, represent Bramante's dream of the new St. Peter's. Raphael himself was later to become an architect, and a very fine architect. But in 1510, he couldn't possibly have conceived a building like this, one of the most life-enhancing effects of space in art. It may have been designed by Bramante, but Raphael has made it his own. Like all great artists, he was a borrower. But he absorbed his borrowings more than most. One has a vague feeling that these figures are inspired by Hellenistic sculpture. I suppose that's one of the things that makes him distasteful to us. But every figure in this picture is pure Raphael, or every figure but one. This morose philosopher does not occur in the drawing, the full-size drawing for the fresco, which by a miracle has survived. We can see where he comes from, the Sistine ceiling. Michelangelo wouldn't let anyone in there while he was at work, but Bramante had the key. And one day, when Michelangelo was away, he took Raphael in with him. Who cares? The great artist takes what he needs. While human reason is rooted to the earth, divine wisdom floats in the sky above the heads of those philosophers, theologians, and church fathers who have tried to interpret it. For all these figures, Raphael made studies which are models of the academic style of drawing. He even made nude studies of whole groups to get the underlying structure solid and real enough. How Michelangelo-esque that left-hand figure is. Then other studies of the flow of drapery. But when he came to the final design, all these ideas are enriched and developed. The seekers after revealed truth are arranged with the same regard for their relations with each other and with the philosophic scheme of the whole room that exists in the school of Athens, insofar as civilization consists in grasping imaginatively all that's best in the thought of a time. These walls represent a summit of civilization. If only we feel Raphael had more often allowed himself this vein of sensuous poetry, which in its way is quite as civilizing as his intellectual abstractions. Michelangelo took no interest in the opposite sex. Leonardo thought of women solely as reproductive mechanisms, but Raphael loved the girls as much as any Venetian. Soon after this portrait was painted, Julius II died, and his successor, Leo X, doesn't look at all like a hero. I suppose Raphael tried to make this portrait as flattering as possible, but what a contrast to the old warrior. Raphael remained on in the papal service and was asked to do everything from the rebuilding of St. Peter's to the decoration of a very pagan bathroom for Cardinal Bibbiena. Of course, he couldn't do it all himself. For such a project as the Loggia of the Vatican, one must imagine him making dozens of slight sketches, handing them out right and left to his brilliant young pupils, really young. Giulio Romano was only 16. Someone said of Courbet that he produced pictures as an apple tree produces apples. The same is true of Raphael, except that his apples were fruits of the imagination and sometimes achieved such grace and finality that they stamped themselves in the European mind for 300 years. However, one of the commissions of this period had a more questionable influence. This was a series of designs for the tapestries which were to be hung in the Sistine Chapel. With the thought of Michelangelo's ceiling above them, Raphael took a lot of trouble about them, and of course they are masterpieces. Masterpieces of composition in the tradition of the early Florentines, masterpieces of elevated imagination. But their very nobility was dangerous. They are concerned with the lives of the apostles, Peter and Paul. Well, St. Peter was a poor fisherman. Raphael has made him and all his companions uniformly handsome and noble. Where can one find more impressive human types than in the group of apostles who listened to Christ's charge, "Feed my sheep"? It may be good for us to leave our daily chores and move in high company for a short time, but this convention by which the events in biblical or secular history could be enacted only by magnificent physical specimens, handsome and well-groomed, went on for too long, till the middle of the 19th century, in fact. Only a very few artists, perhaps only Caravaggio and Rembrandt in the first rank, were independent enough to stand against it. And I think that the convention, which was an element in the so-called grand manner, became a deadening influence on the European mind. It deadened our sense of truth, even our sense of moral responsibility, and led, as we see in modern art, to a hideous reaction. In the autumn of 1513, soon after the death of Julius, there arrived in the Belvedere, almost exactly where I am now, one more giant, Leonardo da Vinci. Historians used to speak of him as a typical Renaissance man, a kind of successor to Alberti. Well, that's a mistake. In fact, he belongs to no epoch. He fits into no category. And the more you know about him, the more utterly mysterious he becomes. Of course, he had certain Renaissance characteristics. He loved beauty and graceful movement. He shared, or even anticipated, the megalomania of the early 16th century. The horse that he modeled as a memorial to Francesco Sforza was but 26 feet high. He made schemes for diverting the River Arno that even modern technology couldn't accomplish. And then, of course, he had, to a supreme degree, the gift of his time for recording and condensing whatever took his eye. But all these gifts were dominated by one ruling passion, which was not a Renaissance characteristic: curiosity. He was the most relentlessly curious man in history. Everything he saw made him ask why and how, particularly how. And he's left his answers in thousands of sheets of paper and scores of notebooks. I've got in my hands the facsimile of one of these, manuscript B. It deals with practical problems: mill wheels, toothed wheels, ratchets. Architecture, a tower for the Ducal Palace in Milan, the Castello Sforzesco. A church in the style of his friend Bramante. Leonardo was obsessed with the idea of putting a round dome onto a square base. And a stable for the Duke of Milan's famous horses. Very grand stable, the hayloft above, the feeding bars on either side, and a drainage system down the middle. And then the other aspect of Leonardo's mind, his interest in theoretical and mathematical problems. This you see in a manuscript called Manuscript A, where he's studying the light falling, the action of light falling on a sphere, and the interruption of light, forming this continuous modeling. It looks abstract enough, but in fact it was the theoretical study of light falling on a sphere that enabled Leonardo to achieve the incredibly precise, scientifically precise, continuous modeling of the head of the Mona Lisa. You can see from these manuscripts that Leonardo's curiosity was matched by an indefatigable energy. He's never satisfied with a single answer. He goes on asking the same question again and again, worrying it, restating it, countering imaginary antagonists, till the reader is absolutely worn out. Fortunately, he also left answers in the form of drawings, which are, or appear to be, easier to take in. One can enjoy them for the way in which his eye grasps each form and his hands set it down with a unifying rhythm. But one mustn't forget that they are all, or nearly all, answers to questions. How does one stream of water deflect another? What is the cause of whirlpools? How are rocks formed? What is the reason for stratification? How do storm clouds build up? How do trees mass together? How does a twig support its load of acorns? How do blackberries mass on a branch? Why do the leaves of a Star of Bethlehem resemble the movement of water? What is the structure of a bird's wing? How does a bird fly? Of all these questions, the ones he asks most insistently concern man. Not the man of Alberti's invocation with wit, reason, and memory like an immortal god, but man as a mechanism. How does he digest? How does the heart pump blood? How does a child live in the womb? How does he speak? Is it by using his throat muscles or his tongue? And finally, why does he die of old age? Leonardo discovered a centenarian in a hospital in Florence and waited gleefully for his demise in order to examine his veins. Every question demanded dissection, and every dissection was drawn with marvelous precision. And at the end, what does he find? That man, although remarkable as a mechanism, is not at all like an immortal god. He's not only cruel and superstitious, but feeble. If Michelangelo's defiance of fate was heroic, there is something almost more magnificent in the way that Leonardo, that great hero of the intellect, confronts the inexplicable, ungovernable forces of nature. And it was in Rome, in the very year that Raphael was celebrating the godlike human intellect, that Leonardo used his scientific knowledge of the movement of water to express his feelings of human insignificance. The painstaking way in which he depicts these disasters shows a strange mixture of relish and tragic indignation. On the one hand, he is the patient observer of hydrodynamics. On the other hand, he is King Lear defying the deluge. Blow winds and crack your cheeks, rage blow, you cataracts and hurricanos, spout till you have drenched our steeples, drown the cocks. We are used to catastrophes. We see them every day on film and television. They contribute to our pessimism. But coming from a perfectly endowed man of the Renaissance, these extraordinary drawings of the world destroyed by flood are prophetic. The golden moment was almost over. But while it lasted, man achieved a stature that he's hardly ever achieved before or since, because to the humanist virtues of intelligence was added the quality of heroic will. For a few years it seemed that there was nothing which the human mind couldn't master and harmonize.